guys start receiving management. Today also we will be further discussing on purchasing side because when it comes to a hotel, is it okay now, Achula? Am I audible? Is it okay now?
Okay, sir.
Okay, okay. So last week we have discussed purchasing documents. What are the documents available in the purchasing department? It can be in a hotel or any other organization. So today also we need to discuss purchasing management. So there are further areas to be discussed. As we know that purchasing in an organization, actually most of the funds are spending on purchasing. 50 to 60% funds are allocating for purchasing. So therefore it is very important that we need to understand the purchasing principles, purchasing procedures, and how do we achieve some cost benefit through purchasing, etc. So I think long time back we call purchasing. So after that maybe it is most of the time organization called procurement. So nowadays maybe mostly material management, logistic management. So the total concept covers together. But every organization that you have a separate department for your material manage handling or procurement management. So basically it is selection. So that means now if you want to buy certain item from the market, so there are plenty of brands, plenty of varieties are available. But then we need to select. So how do we do the selection? So now, for example, if you want to buy beef, so there are different beef varieties are there in the market. It can be local beef, it can be US beef, it can be Australian beef or South African, different countries, different brands. So then how do we select the best brand? So that is what we need to study today. We need to discuss today. So different hotels are practicing different methods, but let's discuss what is the standard or the best practice, especially for the hospitality industry. Now, for example, let's say you want to buy beef. So then if you are the purchasing manager, you need to ask from the chef whether it is local beef or any other brands or different country variety, etc. In addition to that, I think we have learned the cuts of beef. So then we need to understand what sort of cut. Now, for example, if the chef is expecting beef tenderloin, so then if we bring uh, another cut, so it will not suit for the purpose. So therefore we need to understand the specification. I think we have to discuss specifications, cuts of vegetable, cuts of meat, all those things. So those are the things we need to apply here. In addition to that, there is another important aspect that what we need to understand is the yield. So yield also very important if you are doing purchasing. We have not discussed that session yet. So there is a separate session how to do a yield test and how do we measure the yield result. So after the purchasing, we will be going ahead with that subject as well. So then you will have a comprehensive knowledge on procurement and how do we add value to the organization through a better procurement practices. So then if we go further, so as I earlier mentioned, 50 to 60% of funds are being utilized to buy material or services. So in a hotel, basically, we have food, beverage. That is one of the main areas that most of the volumes are on food. After that, beverage. So then in addition to that, you have capital expenditure, and sometimes you have different services and general and engineering. General means your supplies. That means your housekeeping supplies, chemicals, stationaries, guest room amenities, all those things. Then when it comes to engineering, so there are separate categories, maybe repair and maintenance, carpentry items, plumbing items, likewise. So if you are going to do purchasing, first of all, you need to categorize these things. So food and beverage, you have to separate, and under food there are certain categories, under beverage there are certain categories. I think we have discussed what are the categories should be included in the beverage menu. Same thing you can categorize in the beverage inventory master. So food also same way. So then after that, maybe you need to have four main storage locations in your hotel, physically and system as well, because now some of the organizations they will do the GRN for one location. So then it will be very difficult for you to get a proper inventory balance related to that particular category. Now, for example, if you are doing the GRN for food, beverage, general engineering, fuel, everything into one location, so then it will be difficult for you to reconcile and take inventory counts, etc. So therefore, in a system, whatever the system you are using, you need to make sure that you create separate storage locations. So that means if you have a food stores, so physically also you need to have a separate place in to store your food, and at the same time in the system you need to have a separate location called that we call normally storage location. So now if you want to order anything for your inventory, so then you need to refer to that location. Now let's say now you want to order butter, so then butter is a stock item in any hotel. So then what you need to do is you need to place a purchasing request, purchase request. So that we discussed last week. So we need to initiate the purchase request. We call it PR. So then when you are raising the PR, you need to use the correct material code. So then if you use the correct material code, you will get the correct specification. So let's say butter. Butter also now there can be different sizes, 5 kg, 25 kg, 1 kg, or maybe if you want to get a small pack. So whatever that, you can't order with one code. If it is different pack sizes, you need to have different material codes as well. So using the correct material code, then you can raise a purchase request. So then purchase request will go to your purchasing department. So then the purchasing department, so if there are contracts available for that particular item, so then refer to that contract, you can raise a purchase order. So when you are raising the purchase order, so then you can refer to the contract and inform to the supplier. So then after that you are receiving section. So once the item comes to receiving, so then they also need to check whether we have asking the correct item. Did we order the correct item? Did we get in the correct item according to the purchase order specification given? So that is basically the purchasing function. So after that, if it is a stock item, so then it will go to store. So that is how you can separate your food stock. Same way your beverage you can categorize, and same process, first PR, then PO, then the GRN. Once the GRN done, so automatically it will, your stock should be updated. So then if you order butter, let's say 100 kilo, so then in the system, let's say you have a 10 kilo balance. So then if you put this 100, so your system balance should show as 110. So once you issue from the stores, then you need to raise a good issue note from the system. So then stock will be automatically updated. So then if you are a hotel cost controller, then you can do certain spot checks that you can take a system balance, check the physical stock, and if there are any variances, the storekeeper should be able to explain. So likewise, food actually in a hotel, most of the hotel, the food cost percentage is for 35-42% from the revenue. So that means we are spending huge money on food cost. So if you can save 1% from your food cost through proper purchasing, I think it is a huge saving to the bottom line. If you take a Colombo City Hotel, 1 point of food cost sometimes 5 million, and some of the hotel even 10 million. So if you can save 1% of food cost, so that means let's say average 5 million. So 5 million into 12, so 60 million you are saving on purchasing. So if you can do those type of achievement, I think you are doing a better purchasing and it will be adding value. So that is how you can develop yourself as well, because in an organization, if you are doing that sort of thing, definitely it will be a value adding function, and therefore automatically you will be able to get your compensation during your performance appraisal. You can speak. So those are the things we need to understand. So then first of all you need to understand the purchasing documents. So then what are the purchasing best practices can be applied in an organization. So then through that purchasing best practices, how do we do some cost benefit to the organization. So that is the main point that we need to study today. So in a small place, let's say a small restaurant, the owner is the person who is handling the restaurant. So he goes purchasing, and after that, he's the person who is handling cash, all those things. So then we don't need to worry that much, because we don't need to have best practices, all those things, because he is running his own business and he is doing most of the things by himself. So then the control is not necessary in, for that type of thing, because owner is doing the everything. But when it comes to a large organization, so there are segregation of duties. One person is uh, doing the stock management, one person is doing the ordering, another person is spending that money. That means the kitchen, if it is food item, the chefs are spending the money. So likewise, so there are different people are involved with the operation. So then, do we know now the quantity orders by chef or the storekeeper, is it accurate or not? So that also we need to understand. Sometimes now we have seen some of the companies, maybe they are targeting storekeepers, so they will be very friendly with the storekeepers. So then after that, if there are any short expiry items, or maybe salesperson has not achieved his sales target, so then he will have a discussion with the storekeeper to raise a purchase request. So then based on the relationship, the storekeeper will also raise in the purchase request. So that we need to understand. So that is why we learn that cost controller, there should be a position called cost control. Then he need to justify the quantity according to the consumption. Is this stock, the PR quantity is what ordered by the storekeeper, is it in line with our consumption? If it is more than your consumption, so then you can question why you are ordering this much, because we don't have that much consumption. These are practical things happening in hotels. So then the cost controller should play a critical role for controlling those type of things. Otherwise, now let's say cost control also release the purchase order. After that purchasing, anyway, they don't worry about the uh, quantity and all those things. So because the purchasing people, they want to bring the item according to the right quality and quantity. So then therefore the control point is at the cost control. So then if you did not check, so then you will order unnecessary stock. So then what will happen? Maybe it can lead to wastage. Maybe the item can get spoiled, or maybe you are maintaining some excess inventory because you have to pay for the supply. All those unnecessary things can be avoided if we properly do a proper PR requisitioning process. So we will be discussing the automatic, the reorder level system and all those things. So that is one of the best system which we can apply for a hotel. So most of the systems now automatically those options are available. So that is how we need to develop in your organization. So when we are discussing that, you can see whether it is applicable to your organization, whether you are already doing. If not, maybe you can take certain points and try to implement same best practices in your organization as well. So then in addition to that, now some of the not in Sri Lanka, most of the other even hotel chains, sometimes maybe the purchasing function, they are not doing it separate as a separate function. But Sri Lanka, yes, we have a separate, in a city hotel you have a purchasing manager, or sometimes maybe director of purchasing. Under him there will be few staff members are working. But some organizations you have a material manager. So under material manager, you have a purchasing team, stores team, receiving team, and even your cost controlling team. And some organization there are supplies manager. So then if it is supplies manager, in addition to the things what we discussed, material manager, sometime maybe transportation also. So then maybe you have central warehouse, central purchasing unit. So then you need to get the items and deliver. So likewise, so the key positions are like that: purchasing manager, director of purchasing, procurement manager, supply manager, material manager. So all those things are involving with this material handling function. And there are a lot of things that you can improve on this area, because it day to day operational things, and you can save cost if you do a proper procurement function. And in addition to that, some of the other hotel chains, as I earlier mentioned, there is no separate purchasing function. How they do is, now for example, let's say food. chef is the main person in charge of the food cost and is all related to the food operation. So then he has been given a separate budget. Let's say now you need to achieve 100 million of revenue during this month. So then that is your 100 million revenue target. From that you can spend, let's say, 30% of food cost. So that means from 100 million, 30 million you can spend on food. So if it is 30 million, maybe let's say average 1 million per day he can spend on food. So then under chef there will be a person. So we call it food buyer. So the food buyer will do the purchasing part and it goes to uh, the person responsible is the chef. Same way beverage, same way your supplies, the housekeeper, engineer, everybody, but there is no separate purchasing function. So under that HOD, one person will be doing the purchasing function, but he is not under finance, so he is under respective department. So that is a different model handled by some of the organization. But when it comes to Sri Lanka, still most of the hotels are having purchasing function because there is a separate control process. But if we give directly to that particular hotel, maybe sometimes the cost benefits, cost savings cannot be achieved, but that is anyway depend on the model and the depend on the management decision. So if you have given a budget 30 million, so then you need to be within that budget. If not, maybe it will be linked with your KPIs, performance appraisal, etc. So then you will not get your benefits as well. But when it comes to a central function. So there are a lot of now if you are working for a group of hotels, then ideally you need to have a central purchasing unit and central warehousing. I have seen some of the Maldives hotels also. They have nearby islands, so then they manage with one stores. There is a boat, so they will be delivering early morning the requirement for the other hotels. In Sri Lanka also now. So now actually in our group we are having a central purchasing unit. So because the benefit of having central purchasing unit is that rather than requesting a quotation, let's say now we want to place a uh, we want to have a contract for chicken. So then let's say now we have 17 hotels altogether. So then if one hotel purchasing manager goes and asks for a quotation, so then the supplier will give different quotation because based on the volume. So instead of that, what we do is from central purchasing, we collect all the purchase volumes from all the hotels. So let's say if it is one hotel 1,000 kilos, then if it is 17 hotels, maybe 17,000 kilos. So then we will negotiate with the supplier that we need monthly 17,000 kilos of chicken. So what is the best rate that you can give? So likewise, so then we need to see the supply capabilities, supply capacities, financial capability, all those things. But if he can supply in good delivery conditions, so then we can have a better rate because the supplier also need interested to get the business because it is a huge volume. Sometime maybe at a small margin, he need to get the business because it is good for his cash flows. So likewise, for a group of hotels, the central purchasing is actually it will add value to all the companies. So as we discuss the small independent organization, which we don't need to have mostly internal controls, purchasing practices, etc. But in a large scale hotel, yes, we need to apply all these things. So then there is one of the important area, not only for hospitality business, any other purchasing organization, it can be manufacturing, service industry or any other area. So there are certain purchasing principles that we need to practice. So what are those? First of all, we need to make sure that if you are a purchasing manager, you need to get the right item. So as I earlier mentioned, one of the example, beef. So whether the user department has given the correct specification, that is one of the most important thing. If it is beef, first of all it should be local and imported. We need to separate that because local beef versus imported beef, there's a huge price gap. So then if you want to maintain both items, so then you can still maintain with two different material code. Now some of the hotels maybe they have local weddings, local banqueting events and get-togethers. So then for those type of menus, definitely they will be using local beef. But in addition to that, if you have a fine dining restaurant, most of the European clients are coming. So then if you serve local beef, so then they are not happy with that. So then you need to serve imported beef, and maybe your price also according to the imported the costing, you need to fix your price. So likewise, you need to make sure that you purchase the right item first in right quality also. So then how do you check the quality? So we have discussed standard specifications, and in addition to that, most of the perishable items, fish, meat items, the chef in charge, even the chief butcher, need to come to the receiving area and physically check whether it is in good quality or not. So as a purchasing, you need to make sure that the quality has been checked and you are getting the right quality item. Sometime maybe it can be based on the best brand, and we will be discussing what are how do we make the purchasing contract, what is the best option. So everything need to be applied in operational areas in any hotel. So then right item, right quality in right quantity as well. For example, if chef is ordering 100 kilos of bee onion or maybe carrot, so then as a purchasing manager, you need to make sure that you deliver 100 kilos of carrot or bee onion. Let's say now today is a heavy banquet day, so that is why chef has ordered 100 kilo of bee onion, 100 kilo of potato, 100 kilo of carrot. But you have given the order to the supplier also, then supplier has by that time supplier doesn't have stock, so because of that he has delivered only 25 kg of each item. So then what will happen? The 25 kg goes to the kitchen. Chef doesn't know, so when he start the operation, maybe he is running out of items, so then it will be impact for his operation, because he can't serve potato or carrot because there is not enough quantities. So then in that case, purchasing manager need to take the responsibility. If the chip has been ordered 100 kilo, then we need to make sure that we deliver 100 kilo. So then what is the best option? Sometimes maybe these are practical problems that you as a purchasing manager, you give the order to the supplier, but supplier has delivered only 25% of that item. So then immediately, that is why we have a receiving section. So then at the receiving section, that receiving manager knows this purchase order contains 100 kilo of carrot, but we got only 25. So then immediately he need to inform to the purchasing manager that there is a short delivery. Then purchasing manager's responsibility is to check with the supplier and check with the chef also. First of all, we need to ask from the supplier, because he need to make sure that if he orders a certain amount, he need to deliver the full quantities as well. So then if the receiving person can send a note, maybe at least before noon, if we can send a note what are the items, short deliveries, etc., so then it will be adding value to even chef and purchasing to manage the operation. So therefore, as a purchasing manager, we need to follow all these purchasing principles. So right item, right quality, right quantity, and right place. Right place means right place of delivery at right time also. Now if we take example from right time, now let's say you have a Arabic promotion running in your hotel, so then maybe you order whole carcass of mutton or something like that. So then promotion is only for one particular day. So then chef has been ordered in advance, then as a purchase manager you also have given the order to the supplier and mentioned that you need this item on this date. So then if the supplier is unable to deliver on that time, so then you will not be able to operate that menu, because then because you are as a chef, you are expecting the item but it has not been delivered. So that means right time is very important. Now let's say another point on that. Now maybe you supplier doesn't have stock, he did not deliver, then purchasing manager informed to the chef, and chef maybe with the existing some stock he managed the operation. So then after the promotion, maybe supplier got the item and he will be bringing the item to the hotel. So then what will happen at the receiving? If the receiving manager doesn't know anything, if the purchase order is there, if the approved purchase order there, he will accept the item. So by that time, we don't need that item because the promotion is over. So those are also some of the practical scenarios. So likewise now, as a cost controller, as a procurement manager, you need to check what are your pending purchase orders. Now, in that case, if the purchasing person knows that the supplier did not deliver this item, communication has been done. So what you can do is you need to close that purchase order and inform chef and even receiving section that this item has not been delivered on this particular day. So we have closed the purchase order not to accept any item going forward. So then you will have a better control, because otherwise what will happen, it will if it is a stock item, it will add value, increasing your stock values, and finally it will become a slow moving item. If it is direct charge, then it will impact on your food cost. Maybe chef can use it for different purposes, but that is not the case, because the item should be delivered on the right time, at right place, with right source. That we need to understand. With We are buying the items with reliable suppliers at the right price. So how do we decide right price? Based on the standard specification, based on the quality, suit for our purposes. So then we need to fix the right price also, and right attitude. With right attitude, we need to do the purchasing function, because when it comes to purchasing, there are something called purchasing ethics as a purchasing staff. So they need to follow ethics as well, according to the company rules and regulation, because you can't do favoritism to the suppliers. You can't give orders expecting some personal benefits. So likewise, you need to have right attitude as well. So these are the basic purchasing principles revolve around in the purchasing function. uh, and as a purchasing, if you are a purchasing manager, the whole team need to follow these things. So just keep remember this one. There can be exam questions as well. Sometime maybe the question can be list down the purchasing principle. So then these are the purchasing principle: right item, right quality, right quantity, right place, right time, right source, right price, right attitude. So sometimes maybe then it can be sometime maybe 4 marks or 4 to 5 marks, or sometime maybe it can be a question with 10 marks question. List down the purchasing principles that a purchasing manager should practice, and elaborate each and every item with some example. So then it can be maybe around 10 marks question. So then I think now we discuss, but we will further discuss with how if there's a question like that, how do we explain with some examples also. Now, as we discuss purchasing, actually it is a very important function. Now some people we actually segregate as a cost center, but there are a lot of cost savings can be done through purchasing function. So if you follow the standard best practices, definitely you can add value to your organization. Maybe sometime, maybe as I earlier mentioned, if you can get bulk discount using your volumes and all those things, so then that also actually add value to the organization. So how do we do that? Now in an organization, now here you can see material cost is 60%. So most of the organization are spending 50 to 60% funds in order to buy material. So the first graph you can see 60% of the material cost in this organization. So then the other cost 25%. So that means 85 here. So then your profitability is only 15%. So let's say now you are the purchasing manager. So then you are after this learning all these theoretical things. So then you are planning to get 10% cost saving to the function. So that means your material cost, from 60% material cost, you are trying to get it at 50% cost. So there are ways that we can discuss. How do we do that? It is actually possible. So we will discuss what are the best practices that we need to apply in order to get the best prices. So that means we need to always get the industry best price, best economical price at, and you need to make sure that you get the right, all purchasing principle, the right quality, quantity, all those things. So if you can save 10% from this 60%, your material cost will be 50%. Now you can see in the second graph, it 60% became 50%. So your other cost remain unchanged. It is 25. But if you can save 10%, that it will directly hit your bottom line. Your 15% become 25%. So in real scenario, can we do that? So actually we have done that. So definitely anybody can do if you learn the theoretical things. Now, for example, now this is a practical scenario in an organization. So every hotel that you have a inventory, food cost reconciliation, all those things. So now this is one of the example. So now you can see below shows the food cost status of Hotel Sunshine Private Limited for July 2020. So the general manager has informed to the purchasing manager to renegotiate with all the suppliers and reduce the cost of purchases by 10%. So same thing what we discuss here. Now here 60% became 50%. Sometimes there are now actually these things happen several times, even Sri Lanka as well. Now, maybe after the COVID, during the COVID time, so there were a lot of difficulties. So then in that case, so we need to practice these type of things also, because otherwise the suppliers also we need to maintain a relationship with them, and some there are certain times they also need to assist to the organization. So then as a purchasing manager, if the GM has mentioned you to initiate a cost saving mechanism and try to achieve 10% cost reduction from the purchaser, so then if you are the purchasing manager, you should be able to do that. So assuming the sales and inventory figures are same for this particular month, what would be your food cost percentage? Now here you have the net revenue on this particular hotel for that particular month, 69,219,008. So that is your revenue. So then the opening inventory, beginning of the month you had 14 million inventory. So during the month you have purchases, you have done purchases 21 million worth of items that you have purchased for this food production. So then your closing stock end of the month 8.8 million. So then your net consumption. So that means your opening inventory at purchases minus closing inventory. So then you have a net consumption of 27 million. So then if you are doing a food cost reconciliation, so we will have a separate session on that. But we need to consider what are the non-revenue expenditures, all those things. But this is your gross food consumption. So let's say net consumption 27 million. So then how do you get the food cost percentage? 27 million divided by 69 million. So you will be getting 40% food cost percentage. So now, according to this example, if the GM has requested you to reduce 10% of the purchase values, so then practically you should be able to do. We will discuss the ways of doing that. But if by applying those things, if you have done that, so then your purchases value will be 20. Now this is your purchase value. So you need to save 10%. So if you can save 10%, what will be your food cost? So can we do that calculation and see how much you can achieve? I hope you all understood the question. Based on the understanding, you can do the calculation and just share your answer. So then we will see whether you have understood properly, or if you have understood, definitely you will be able to apply also. So I will give you some time just to start the calculation. So you have mentioned 37. Yes, I think that is the correct answer. So it should get 36 point something. So must be rounded off. So I think now that means you understood the point. And there are ways that we can reduce also. One thing is that you can speak to your suppliers and ask for maybe you also can give certain volumes, and based on that you can negotiate the pricing. And earlier I think we have discussed have a better process in order to finalize the prices. So by doing all those things, so definitely now you can save some cost. Now here, if you can bring 40 to 37% means it is a huge achievement. That means you are directly adding value to increase your profits as a purchasing manager. So we will discuss further on the purchasing principles. So the right time order should be fixed as to meet production set schedule. So that means earlier we discussed one example, your Arabic promotion. So likewise, so there can be sometimes special event, special occasions. So based on that, you need to make sure that you deliver the items according to the production schedules, and otherwise it will impact on the operation or maybe customer dissatisfaction. There are a lot of unnecessary issues will happen. So then we need to understand about the market situation, lead time, etc., because now if sometime maybe chef doesn't know the lead time, or maybe the other HODs, so then they will raise a order and they need tomorrow. But we can't do that, because now let's say there are certain items the supply also need lead time. I think we have discussed internal lead time is there, external lead time is there. So then we need to understand the lead time, and we need, as a purchasing manager, we need to communicate to the HOD. So for these category, this is the lead time. Now, if you want to order certain stationaries, definitely there will be a lead time and the minimum quantity, because otherwise you can't do a proper purchasing. So therefore, we need to understand the lead time is one of the important thing when you are talking about right time and the market situation. So whether it is seasonal, whether it is available in these type of months during that location, and what are the price condition. So all those things we need to consider. And in addition to that, your finance, space availability, like internal factors also to be understand when you are focusing the right time. So when it comes to right place, maybe now here it is mentioned port of destination. Now if you take Cinnamon Group, that we have 4 hotels in Colombo. So sometimes maybe now let's say Cinnamon Grand is ordering something and maybe the supply is going to Cinnamon Lake. Those type of things has happened. So then the purchasing manager should clearly mention that it is required for this particular hotel. So once actually it happens also. But anyway, if that's the case, then from the system you should be block that the other hotel GRNs purchase orders should not be reviewed by the purchasing staff, unless if you have a central warehouse. So then the supplier will deliver to the central warehouse. Then from the central warehouse, that they will be distributed into the correct location. So then right place. Now if it is in a manufacturing uh, or maybe a construction uh, company, so the right site is very important. So then at that time we need to check transport cost also. So now in a hotel, it actually we will not consider it separately, because now if we are giving a price or a contract, if we fix a contract to supply certain food and beverage or any other item, always what we need to do is we need to mention the supplier. These are the specification. So then this is our credit period. These are our quality standards. So based on that, you need to deliver to the hotel. So give us the price. In addition to that, because of some of the suppliers, they might say, okay, I don't have that much volumes from your hotel, therefore I need to charge extra 10,000 for my transportation cost, which is not practically which you can do. So you need to negotiate the price as it is, unless maybe sometime maybe you need to purchase some timber, cement, etc. So that's a different story. But when it comes to food and beverage, especially, if there cannot be any other transportation cost, you need to negotiate the price together with all those factors. So then supply and installation also. So then There are certain machineries, maybe laundry machineries, some engineering machineries, or maybe fire alarm systems, etc. So then the supplier will give you the quotation, supply and installation. So that means they will supply the item and they will install also. So then we need to make sure that we carefully handle those type of situation, because we have detected one situation. Now let's say if it is a laundry machine, it is a huge investment, sometime maybe 50 75 million of rupees. So then to install that, maybe again they will charge another 1 or 2 million rupees. So we detected one scenario. Actually, the purchase order has been raised mentioning supply and installation. So then the purchase manager knows that this item will be supplied and the supplier will do the installation also. But there was a situation, the supplier delivered the item, but they did not come for installation. But somehow it has been installed as well. How it has been installed? It has been installed by the internal team member. So then why we are paying additional installation cost to the supplier is a question. Actually, there's a fraud happened, because then they have negotiated with that hotel one person. So then they did the installation, then supplier pays for them as well, which is not ethical. That is why we need to now, if you are a cost controller, purchasing manager, you need to be very careful. If you are giving a quotation, if you are sending a purchase order saying supplier installation, then you need to make sure the suppliers people, suppliers staff will come and do the installation also. Now, if we can actually do it in-house, so then why we pay for a supplier again for additional installation cost? So if that's the case, then the hotel engineer or maybe the hotel general manager need to negotiate with the purchasing manager. We don't need to pay installation cost, because it will be done by our own team. So we need to just buy the item only. So that is how. So then the right quality means it is not the best quality, but that means the item that satisfy the function economically. So that means right item for the purpose. Now let's say you want to order fish fillet. So then it should be in fillet and what condition. Or sometime maybe you want to order papaya. So then when it comes to papaya, maybe whether it is raw papaya or semi-ripe papaya or ripe papaya. So likewise, the function should satisfy economically. So we need to understand the meaning of the quality, because we will not go for the best quality. So there is a quality standard required for that purpose requesting by the respective user. So according to that only we need to fix the price also. So supply who can comply with the specification. We discuss specifications. I show you how to fix specification for your hotel business. So then if you can do those type of implementation, actually suppliers are aware that if they want to supply any item to your hotel, they know what are the specification. If they want to supply leaks, so then if they can't just buy leaks from the market and supply to you, because there is a little bit cut and cleaning process has to be done. So that is your specification. Supplier knows if he supply according as per the market as it is, the item will be rejected. So then therefore he need to do some cut and cleaning and he need to supply the item. So then from our side, we need to make sure that we give the right price to him, because if the market rate of leaks is let's say 200 rupees, if we give him 190 or 200, definitely it will not work, because he need to go to the market, he need to buy the item, he need to deliver to us. At the same time, there is some wastage also, because he need to cut and clean and maybe the credit period. Considering all those things, he will be losing. So therefore, if we are giving the price for the supplier, so we need to consider all those things. If the market price is 200, then definitely we need to give something more than that. Sometime maybe it can be 220, 225. So you need to fix some percentage, or you need to negotiate a rate with the supplier. So then, as we discussed earlier, all your perishable items, butchery, the meat item, fish items, we need to make sure the quality. So then one of the chef in charge should come and check the quality. In addition to that, every hotel you have a health and safety officer. So then they also need to time come and check your receiving function. Sometime maybe they can take some samples from the receiving itself. Let's say cuttlefish. So you are getting some cuttlefish today. So your health and safety officer will inform the receiving person that he will be coming to the receiving, and he can collect some samples from the receiving itself and do a laboratory testing and just see whether it is it contains any salmonellas or maybe other bacteria uh, things or whatever it is not for good for human consumption, etc. Because sometimes it has happened by looking at the product, we don't know, we can see it is proper quality, but if you do a laboratory testing, then there is a issue. So then in that case, if we detected something, definitely we need to take action against that supplier. That means we need to inform to the supplier, because otherwise it will be harmful for your guests, because the guests are the one who is consuming the item. So therefore, especially on seafood, meat, so sometime maybe time to time better to do some laboratory testing and confirm the quality. So then if you are going for HACCP certification, HACCP certification, definitely these type of things are included on those schedules. So they will come and check whether you have done laboratory testing time to time for certain product. So then by doing all those things, finally, we are making sure as the procurement team that we are supplying a right quality product for the operation. Then after quality, quantity, fundamental information for purchasing, because if operational user raise a order asking certain quantity, it is our duty that we deliver that quantity, because we should not order anything more than that, and we should not supply beyond the quantity he required also, because that is how we need to make sure that we deliver the right quantity. Always we need to discuss with the end user if there are any quantity concern. So then if it is for a stock item, the storekeeper, cost controller, even the purchasing manager, you should know your consumption level. So then if you have a idea of your consumption level, so then it will be easy for you to handle the right quantities as well. Then you will not overstocking or understocking. So when you are selecting a supplier, the right source, then you need to evaluate his technical capability. Now let's say that you want to purchase spices to your hotel. So definitely then you need to do a visit to the supplier premises together with your health and safety team. And from health and safety angle, just check whether he is following all the standards and whether he has obtained certification, and does he has enough machineries to cater your volume, and does he follow all the process technically relevant to this operation. So then does he has financial capability to invest and expecting a 30 days credit period, etc., and can he manage the operation, the business without any problem? Does he have enough production facilities, the staff, and etc.? Then does he has the management capability? So all those things, as a purchasing manager, you should be able to evaluate. Now, for example, that you are working for a group of hotel, you are the central procurement manager. So without doing all those things, and let's say now you are purchasing spices with a reputed supplier, and there is no problem with the quality, quantity delivering anything, but suddenly there is a new supplier coming to you and saying that you can give a better product with 20% cost saving against the existing product. So then if you are the purchasing manager, then what you should do? So you need to evaluate all these things, and after that, maybe you can give a trial load. Based on that, maybe get the comments and have a proper contract in place. Unless without all those things, if you just stop your existing supplier and award the contract to this person, there will be a lot of issues can happen. Sometime maybe it is not as well, but most of the time it will happen, because then maybe the quality not good, or maybe we order 500 kilos but he has delivered only 200 kilos. So then there are a lot of problems. So then if you go back to your initial supplier, he will not supply, because he will be demanding that we stop him, and he will be asking a higher rate further. So therefore, very carefully we need to handle this area, and it should be a transparent process to evaluate the supplier. So then anybody can inform that actually now in our case against one of the spice category, one of the famous supplier in Sri Lanka. So then when we visited this place, actually we detected so many things. That means some expired items he is repacking. So then there are rats in his stores. very famous name. So then what we immediately stop the supplier. So then actually even their chairman came for a meeting, but we told them that we have done a transparency process. So this is how it has been done. So but we will not disclose anything, but we will not buy him from you. So then after that several times, because they lost big business because we are buying uh, bigger volumes with them. So then after that we develop another supplier, but finally actually after 1 year's time, so then they again came back. So then we asked them to improve certain things. So then we can consider. So because of that, now there are different suppliers for different categories, and there's a good competition as well. So you should not always look at one supplier. Always try to have at least three suppliers. So then give the orders equally to them. So then there's a competition, and you can compare prices, quality, etc. So then therefore, when you are selecting a supplier, it is always that we need to understand that we check their technical, financial, production, and management capabilities before finalizing a contract. Otherwise, if you are finalizing a contract, we are in trouble. So then the right price should be fair and reasonable to both buyer and supply, because that is why I mentioned in the leaks sample. So we should give a reasonable price. So we need to see a win-win situation here. We should get the right product, and at the same time we should pay the right price. So that means the reasonable profit margin to the supplier also should be available. Otherwise, he can't do the business. So that is how we need to continue. So then by giving that, it doesn't mean that you have given a premium price. So you need to make sure that you understand the market situation and do certain price analysis. Based on that, you can do some further negotiations with the supplier, and after that evaluate your cost benefit, like what we did earlier. Now if you are saving some cost, so just monthly basis do some cost analysis and show to your management what you have done as a purchasing manager or a central purchase manager. So I think those are the Persian principles. If there are any questions, you can ask right now from the Persian principles. Now we have discussed each and every step. Now, as I mentioned, so we have here Persian principles. Sometimes maybe there are questions. List down the Persian principles, maybe 4 to 5 marks. So then this is the answer. Just you need to list down this. Sometime maybe the question can say list down five Persian principles. So then you can keep remember some five line items from here. Or maybe the question says list down the Persian principles and describe each step. So then I think that is what we did right now. So then you should be able to answer with these type of things, right? So then we go to objectives of purchasing. When we look at objectives, as a purchase manager, he always need to buy competitively and wisely. So that is why he need to have a better idea of the product, the specification, the market situation, price, maybe the competitor prices, all those things. So then he can purchase competitively and wisely also. At the same time, he need to make sure that he support the operation of the organization with constant flow of supplies. He need to make sure that he do the regular supplies, because otherwise we can't stop the operation, especially in a manufacturing firm. 100% that we need to, but in a hotel also we need to make sure that we supply according to the required quantities given by the user department, because constant flow of supply we need to make sure that we deliver. In addition to that, if there are any stock items, we need to make sure that we are maintaining the right level of inventories, that whenever operational requirements we can issue it from the inventory. So then that is how we can have a smooth operation in a hotel or any other business. So then at the same time we need to make sure the inventory losses are its minimum. So end of the month you need to do a physical inventory. Mostly in hotels, the cost controller or the finance team is doing an inventory and making sure that there are no inventory losses. So to develop reliable source of supply. So then the supply capability is what we discussed. So we need to make sure the supply is reliable enough to supply us. That means we are depending on the supplier also. If we did not deliver, we are in trouble. If we deliver inferior quality, again we are in trouble. So therefore, we should be a reliable supplier. So then basically the purchasing and the supplier, they need to have a very good relationship, but not for uh, personal benefit. You need to follow the company ethics as well. So then, in addition to that, you need to train and develop competent personnel in the department. So that means now, if you are the purchasing manager, you need to have two, three staff. One person you need to give certain responsibility to handle food and beverage, and the other person maybe handle capital expenditure, and the other person will be handling your general and engineering. So basically, two to three staff should be there with the purchasing manager in a five-star hotel to handle the staff. So then you can check in your hotel how many staff are you handling centrally, are you handling standalone, or how many staff, whether it is not sufficient staff or maybe too many staff. Now, some of the hotels actually now, even in our case, how we handle some of the hotels are because we have a central purchasing unit. So then from the central purchasing unit, do the bulk negotiation and all those things, and they will upload the contracts into the system. So then the hotel, what they need to do is based on the purchase request, they need to raise the purchase order. So that's and follow up the order. So that is how hotel purchase need to do. So therefore, we don't have a function called purchase manager in some of our hotels, especially in resort type of hotel, because purchasing will be handled by centrally. So then instead that you have a receiving manager. So then he will be following up the orders and he will be getting the items and he check the all functions that we discuss. He will be following up. So then he will not do the purchasing. So he will mainly do the receiving function. So then we need to develop team members to handle according to the way that you required for the operation. So to carry out all above activities at the minimum cost keeping in mind, the main overall objective is to achieve maximum possible profit to the organization. So always we need to make sure that we spend the right amount of money to get the right product according to the purchasing principles we discuss. So then objective of purchasing we discuss. So then procurement, basically same thing. We need to support to the operation, manage the procurement process and have a strong relationship with the suppliers and the organizations. And always you need to look at the big picture of the organization. That means you need to think outside the box and add value to the business. So how do we do that? I think we have done exercise. So you they reduce 10% from the purchase value. So how do you reduce? You are not you need to order whatever the quantity is. You need to maintain the quality while doing all those things. So you try to manage 10%. So how do you do that? Better negotiation with the supplier. So that is how you can do. So therefore, negotiation is very important area that we need to understand when it comes to purchasing. So when it comes to material management, that further if we elaborate, because it is involved with planning, organization, procuring, storing with proper inventory control system. So this is something which we need to study further when it comes to material management. Rather than ordering, we need to make sure that the right place to store and storage facilities, storage systems, storage issuing processes. In addition to that, the proper inventory control system. So and at the same time, the right material is available in right quality, quantity, and the uh, right item, and it should be available at the right time also. So basically, all these things are linked to each other: purchasing, procurement, material management, and supply chain management. So that is how, that is why some of the organization that mostly they will handle centrally with a supply department. So then supply department will be handled by supply manager, or sometime maybe logistic manager. Logistic manager will be involved with all the area. we, so ethics we have discussed, we need to follow ethics. So if we further discuss the objectives of material management, efficient materials planning. So how do we do that? Now in manufacturing organization, actually they have a production schedule, and based on that they do the planning. But in hotels, most of the hotels that do you don't have a proper planning. That means material wise planning is not there in hotel, but it doesn't mean that you cannot implement. There are ways that you can implement. Actually now once we have implemented room guest supplies, we plan it. How we did it, we have done maybe some period, let's say one financial year, we have analyzed everything based on the number of night, based on the nationality, everything. So then we plan for next year material wise, how many, so how many quantities of soap required, how many quantity of toothbrush required, etc. So then based on that you can develop your material budget required for your room guest supplies. So those type of things maybe you can think and implement. If you can have item wise planning, in that case it is really difficult, but if you have a proper system, you will be able to do that. Now let's say you are a finance person or a purchase manager, your housekeeper will uh, give you a quantity for next order, next year annual plan. So then you, and especially for a finance person, then you should understand how did you decide that. So if you have those figures, then you can question back, this is how you have used with this much occupancy, so then why you want to have this much amount, or sometime maybe you have not order according to your requirement, so it is not accurate. So then you need to have a understanding before you approve or order. So therefore efficient material planning is required in most of the organization, but mostly hotels does is they have a value, so based on that they target. But what I am telling is, think outside the box, bigger picture, and see material wise how you can plan. But when it comes to any item, actually you can have a better planning also. So then uh, purchasing, receiving, etc., storage and inventory control in material management, supply and distribution of material. Now if it is as a group of companies, so then how do you supply of your materials to the other companies or other sister properties, etc., while maintaining the quality. When you are accepting the item, you need to make sure that quality has been checked, and when you are delivering to the other location, still you need to make sure that you send while maintaining the right quality. Now especially when it comes to meat items, so you need to make sure that you deliver with right temperature. If you don't have a freezer truck, if you are in your central warehouse, then you will not be able to maintain the quality, or otherwise you need to hire outside persons one. So therefore we need to plan all those things. And the supplier relationship, improved departmental efficiency, make or buy decisions. So that is again, if you are a purchasing manager or a cost controller, you can imagine now some of the source varieties. I think we have discussed some of the areas, the sources and all those things. Let's say now maybe whatever the source that you are buying, so L&P source. So then let's say that if you are the purchasing manager, chef is always asking L&P source and in big quantities. So then maybe you also can think, now if you can prepare that same sauce in house, what would be the cost? So if there's a big cost benefit, why not we do it? Now we have learned how to prepare the white sauce. Then if you add some other ingredients, it will become a different type of sauce as well. So buy, if you can take a recipe from the chef and do a costing and see what what is cheapest way, whether it is prepared in house or from outside. So if there's a huge cost benefit, you can do it your own also. So likewise you can do so those of comparisons. So that is why we call make or buy decision. What is cheap, if you buy or if you make? So then prepare specification and standardize the materials. I think we have discussed last week how to fix the standard specification. Uh, each and every organization, especially in a hotel, you need to have a proper specification. So it should be displayed that you are receiving, and all receiving staff, all purchasing staff, workers controlling staff, the chefs, uh, and the suppliers. So they should know these are the specifications required for this particular hotel. So then it will be, if both parties are aware of that, so then we can have a proper pricing for that product. At the same time, you are maintaining a proper quality product according to your HACCP certification. So then that is very important. So then earlier we discussed supplier capabilities, but when we are rating them, we need to make sure quality and qualitative and quantitative both factors need to be considered. How do we do qualitative assurance? So that means the standard is certification, SLS standards, sub standards, ISO, or maybe any other valid international or local certification. So then quantitative, timely delivering. So these things we need to, at hotel level, we need to make sure that the supply is timely delivering and properly handling, packing, and he has ensured everything. And the lead time. So lead time, there are two ways that we need to evaluate lead time. One is internal, one is external. Internal means administrative lead time, so that means stores to end user. Raising purchase request, raising purchase order, approval of purchase order. So those are the internal lead time, which call administrative lead time. External means from the supplier side till deliver, shipping, or maybe he need to order from any other third party, etc. So therefore, lead time always we need to understand. So the definition of lead time is the time elapsed from the identification of the need. So this is a key word basically, identification of the need. So if you identify a certain requirement to procure to your company. So that means you have identified it. So from that point onwards, the lead time start. So not the time that you raise the purchase order or the purchase request. It's the time that you identify the requirement, recognize the need. So that is very important. So lead time start from there. And to make the required item available in stores to ready for issue to the end user. So now here, when it comes to lead time, there are two keywords that you need to keep remember: identifying the need and issue to the end user. Till that lead time actually is there. So when you are giving a lead time to operational department, you need to make sure that this is done. Why we are telling that issue to the end user? Now let's say you have done the order and item has been delivered to the stores. But the storekeeper is telling that he can't issue it because the GRN has not been done. Or maybe purchase order has not been approved. So then there's a problem that the storekeeper will not issue because otherwise he can't update the system. So those are best practices that we need to maintain. If we need to follow whatever the ways we discuss, you need to raise a purchase request. Purchase request should be approved by the cost controller. So then purchasing officer need to prepare or raise a purchase order. Purchase order also need to approve by respective HOD. So then based on the approval, you need to send the purchase order to the supplier with the specification and all those things. So then it comes to receiving. The receiving, they can't do the GRN if the PO is not approved. So then PO should be approved and they do the GRN. So if the GRN has been done, then it goes to the store. So then the storekeeper will be able to issue to the end user. So that everything, all the transaction involved this operation, from identification of the need to till the issue the item to the end user, we call it lead time. And sometimes this is a questionable area also. What do you mean by lead time? So then this is the answer. So we will practice some questions. Let's see whether I think we have continued now, I think 4 to 5 weeks. So let's see some questions also. Maybe after the break, we will see some of the questions as well. So then this procurement system or the inventory management or the material management system, actually it should be integrated to each and every department, each and every hotel, if it is for a group of companies. So having recognized the importance of material management function, now we will see why integrated approach is necessary. So then if you are working with the system, so everything should be integrated. So then it is very easy that the people can raise the purchase orders, people can approve from the system, people can raise the purchase orders, so they can follow up, they can do the GRN from the same system. So then if somebody want to view, maybe they can view the purchase order. From purchase order, they can view the purchase request. If somebody want to view the purchase request, they can view their purchase request, and from that they can go to the PO. And if they want to do the GRN, view the GRN, they can go to the GRN. From that, they should be able to identify who has raised the purchase request, who has approved, who has done the purchase order, who has done the GRN, what is the value of this, when is the last purchase. All those things should be able to check from the system. So that means uh, all most of the organization now adapting a best ERP system. So whatever we discuss, they can see it from the system itself. So then you can avoid any manual orders. If you all are still using these manual purchase request books, manual purchase order books, manual requisition, so it is time for us to implement a fully automated system and discontinue all manual orders. So through centralization of authority and responsibility for all aspect of material function, clear cut accountability is established. So that is how we can develop a centralized system with the proper ERP system. So there are a lot of ERP systems. Sometimes you don't need to invest the big systems, but there are small scale systems. If you know the theoretical part and the control function, then you can deal with your IT team and develop a system according to your organizational activities. So the various user departments can direct their problems with regard to materials to one central point if you have a central unit. So then the action can be taken immediately. Now, for example, let's say in our case, one company is calling, or maybe they send a mail saying uh, one particular supplier, they always continuously supplying the meat at incorrect temperature. So then we should check the same thing in other hotels as well. So once actually we detected one incident, uh, it is basically tuna tin, the salmon tin. So what they have done is they have mentioned it is tuna, but inside the tin it is not tuna. It is some kind of other fish which is cheaper one. So then one hotel actually complained. So then because of that, we check sample from other hotels. So it is same thing. So then we directly ask the supplier to come to the central procurement unit and we discuss the matter. So then actually they also finally agreed. So then we again we because it is not a reliable supply. So then we discontinue the contract, but at the same time we stop all the payments and we got a credit note for the loss that he has done because we don't need to pay the tuna price for a cheaper kind of fish. So likewise, very important thing, and you should be able to detect from centrally or maybe during your surprise audits, the cost control, maybe they can also do, or otherwise we need to communicate to chefs. If there are anything, they need to come to us. So that is how it came, that incident to centrally to be monitored. So therefore, we need to make sure the better accountability of whatever the system in material management, because it is one of the objective and advantage. And at the same time, better coordination. If there is a central material manager is responsible, so then everybody can coordinate with him within the group, within the section, so then it will be easy for them to handle whatever the concerns. So the user departments also find that they have to approach one department for discussing and resolving their material problems. This create an atmosphere of trust and generally better relation between the user department and the material management department. Now some organizations we have seen, maybe they are sending a mail, sometimes the mail also not to the relevant person. So there are operational issues. So in order to avoid any operational issues, better always better coordination with the central purchasing function. So then if you have a central purchasing manager, you need to communicate the person who is handling food. So then all hotels, the storekeepers, chefs, purchasing managers, finance teams, operational team, they know this is the person who is handling food. If you have a problem, then you can directly communicate that issue to that respective person. So then he need to take corrective action. So in addition to that, weekly operational meeting with hotels can be done with the central purchasing unit, and monthly meetings together with the finance heads and all those things can be done. So then if something is not resolved during your first mail or call, so then that can be discussed during your weekly operational meeting. If still it is not resolved, then you can take it to your monthly meeting where your senior management also involved. So that is how you can operate the central purchasing function. So at the same time, better performances. So as all the interrelated functions are integrated organizationally, greater speed and accuracy of result in communication, because it is very transparency. Everything will be monitored through a system. So then the purchasing department is fed with stock levels. So then the stock levels we need to discuss separately, and you can always discuss with your hotel cost controller, inventory control officer, how do we upload or how do we ascertain the stock requirement, etc. So then you can have better inventory turnover. That is again which we need to study, what is inventory turnover and how do we maintain the inventory turnover days, etc. So then we discuss the better coordination, better accountability, and better performance. So then every organization should adapt to a better ERP system as well. So till that, any questions so far? I think only Achala is there. No, Chaturanga has sent a mail saying he's joining late, but not yet. Achala, any questions for you?
No any questions, sir.
Okay. Yeah, are you clear of these things?
All are clear.
Okay. So what we can do is, anyway, we will continue this session. Shall we take a small break and continue? Maybe 10 to 15 minutes.
Mm, 10 minutes break.
So after that, we will continue the same session, and I think let's see. Last week I show one of the past exam paper also. So we need to now do some practical questions also. So let's see whether we can start that today also after completing this. So maybe by 10:15 can we start?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thanks. Are you there, Achala?
Yes, there, sir.
Okay. So we have discussed better coordination, better performance, better accountability. So then in addition to that, there are certain advantages. If there's a central material manager, then there will be a team and it will be a better morale because we can develop a certain team, then they can coordinate each other. So then the opportunity for growth, development, and better integrated setup. An individual under such setup is not confined to any one function alone, and he gets over a period exposure to broad aspect of the material function. So that means that you will have a central purchase unit. Under that, you will have a team handling separate function. Then that need to communicate to the hotels. So then the hotel also can directly coordinate with them if they have any purchasing concerns or maybe the quality issues, delivery issues, whatever. So then as we discussed, weekly operational meeting to be established. If nothing has been uh, implemented, or maybe if there are any uh, concern that solution not given, so then it can bring up monthly purchasing meeting. So likewise, so then you can have a smooth function over material management and the procurement management. So then in addition to that, now if you are a material manager or a cost controller or any other HOD, so there are certain KPIs that you can implement. You can have your own KPIs, so then you can develop some KPIs to your team as well. So then when it comes to the material area, material handling area, so we also need to give certain KPIs to the material handling team. One is the inventory level. So you can give a KPI, the managed by MBO means managed by objective. So then you can give a KPI to your storekeepers, that inventory level. So that before that we need to understand what is inventory turnover ratio and etc. So then based on that you can give certain KPIs. That means any given time you can have this amount of inventories which we have, let's say inventory turnover days within a month or maybe 2 weeks, something like that. So that is your KPI. So then monthly basis the HOD need to monitor that, and sometimes that can be linked to your performance appraisal as well. If you have done well, then you will be meeting expectation. If you have done extremely well, then you are above your expectation. So that's the way that you can fix your KPIs as well. So these are some of the objectives and KPIs that to be given to material handling staff. One is inventory levels, then inventory ratios and stock turnover days. So we will calculate how to do the stock turnover days, etc. Then the unit cost, purchasing team, the contract price, unit cost. That is one of the key area. For example, that if centrally you have negotiated the rate in the system and there is a contract, but the hotel purchasing officer is not following that, in he goes his own way and order certain items at higher cost. So then which is against the procedure. So somebody need to monitor these things monthly or weekly basis centrally, and he need to make sure that the other team members are using contracts or maybe how many contracts, how many purchases done outside the contract. So likewise, you need to monitor. And material code, if somebody is not using the material code, then there will be a problem. So likewise, if you are using the material code, it will be easy because then you can create contracts, you can follow up contracts. And at the same time, if you need to get a purchase volume report for even an entire group, definitely within one code, so you can run a purchase report for the required period. So therefore, those are some of the KPIs that you can develop your material handling staff. So then the other areas, what we need to discuss internal structure, delegation of authority. Now, if you are a material manager, if you are a stores manager, so you need to delegate certain authority, but it doesn't mean that you are giving everything to your staff, but you are the person who is responsible. Then you need to make sure that you have good relationships, interface with the team members. So then coordinate with other department of the material handling areas, material function, and sometime maybe you need to train certain operational users also. For example, now if you want to, let's say, implement, you want to discontinue your manual order purchase request process, and you need to develop a system purchase request. So then sometime maybe operational users doesn't know how to do it. So then you can arrange a training program. First of all, you need to understand how to do it. So then you can arrange a training program. So then help even the operational users. So then you can, that is one of your KPI. So you can discontinue and you can show your management and that you are saving some cost, because then the printing cost to print the PR books and PO books, that you don't need to spend that money because everybody will be doing from the system. So then in addition to that, uh, there should be a SOP, there should be a purchasing manual. So just check whether it is available in your organization. If not, that is something which you can develop. Earlier we discussed the night audit manual. So when it comes to purchasing, there should be a purchasing manual as well. Otherwise, you can have complete material management function, SOPs and the manual. So then it cover all material handling area. So I think we discussed these things. So as we discussed the manual, so then you need to consider all these areas when you are preparing a manual, how to do the GRN, the receipt, how to do the inspection, who should involve, and what are the parameters, what are the specifications, how do you handle the material. For example, deliveries, if you are using now let's say vegetable, you need to have certain color codes for crates and etc. Meat, different color code with for your crates. Then egg storing, egg crates, and all your dry good storing, showing what are the processes, stock verification, how you do the stock verification. You need to have certain schedule. End of the month, it should be documented. It should be sent to all the departments, and sometimes your internal auditors also might ask. So then you should be able to send them yearly audit. They will also participation. So surplus and obsolete material, if there are any material to be disposed, that has to be, there should be a process. That process has to be documented, and you need to follow the process as well. So then proper accounting of inventories, inventory valuation, health and safety procedures, lead time, eliminate pilferage. So these are the areas that you need to consider when you are doing a manual or SOP. So then somebody, maybe the hotel cost controller or maybe a finance person, need to make sure that there is a proper process in place and the team is following up. So continuously they need to follow up. So then you will have a smooth operation on this area. Yeah, I think we discussed that. So then we discussed earlier, we start with purchasing, procurement, material management, then supply chain. So supply chain also the same thing. Basic idea is fulfill the requirement of a customer at a profit. So and it is called movement of goods and services from the point of origin to the point of consumption, involving various processes, and we need to make sure accepted quality standard, affordable price, timely delivering, etc. So then the transportation part also need to consider when you are if you are a supply chain manager. So that is what we need to discuss from purchasing and material management. So there is another area called purchasing cycle, which we can discuss that as well. But I will give you 1 or 2 minutes. If you have anything, you can ask or you can put it in the chat if you are facing any question difficulties in your organization related to this area, or otherwise any questions or clarification today what we have discussed or anything related to the area. Till that, I think I will give a quick note on this area also. I think we need to give a pending note on internal control, but we will keep that separately. But for purchasing, as we discuss right now, I will give a note as well. So then it will be easy because, as I mentioned, there can be questions from the purchasing principle. So especially focus on those things. I will give a note. So then you can refer to that note and study that and get prepared even for the mock exam and the final exam also. So if you don't have questions right now, shall we start the note? Just take a small paper. Better to continue always the previous one. So then everything will be in one place. Then you can maintain it as a summary. So before the exam, you can just go through the note which I am giving. So then it will be easy for you to get the best marks. So I think we will write down first purchasing management. Under purchasing management, take a note. Purchasing is the first phase of material management. Purchasing is the first phase, PHAC, of material management. Full stop and continue. Purchasing means procurement of goods and services from external agencies. The object of purchasing department is the object of purchasing department is to arrange the supply of materials, comma, spare parts and services, or semi-finished goods required by the organization to produce the desired product from some agencies or source outside the organization. Or source outside the organization. SOURC, source.
Source outside of the
Organization. Outside the organization. So that means you need to purchase from outside the organization. So this is the introduction for purchasing management. So if there is a question, briefly explain what is purchasing management. So then this is the answer. So you can explain purchasing is the first phase of the material management. So now we know what is material management, that purchasing is the first phase there. And purchasing means procure goods and services. So we know now tangible and intangible things are there. So goods, we discuss all our raw materials required for the operation. It can be food, beverage, your supplies, repair and maintenance, whatever. So at the same time, sometimes there can be services. Now, as I earlier mentioned, the installation. If it is installation, so it is a service. Or sometimes maybe there are labor services, or maybe some other activity happening, maybe construction work, etc. All those things goes as services. Even your cleaning agreements, cleaning services done by outside parties. All those things goes as services. But you need to categorize it separately. What is purchase? What is a service? So then even when you are raising your purchase orders, you need to have a separate uh, serial orders. So for example, if you are starting your normal purchase orders with one, maybe the services you can start from two. So then your capital expenditures maybe start from three, something like that. So likewise, you need to segregate. So then, if by looking at the purchase order, you know this is a capex order, this is a service, so this is a normal purchase order, something like that. So then, purchasing means procurement of goods and services from external agencies. That means always you get items from third parties or different organizations. So the objective of purchasing is to arrange the supply of materials, spare parts, and services, or whatever the items required for the operation. It can be even semi-finished good required for the operation to produce the desired product. So that means why we are doing all these purchasing, that we are delivering a separate finished product to the customer. So that means now if it is a buffet, so we have an international buffet. In order to do that, we have different items to be purchased. So then we fulfill the requirement of the customer through a better procurement practice. Or some agencies or source outside the organization. Sometimes maybe from the different parties you will get even the finished products. Now actually there are hotels now, if especially in Colombo, if you say maybe space is limited. So if you want to have a bigger kitchen, sometimes not possible. So then what you can do is there are actually now frozen products, even frozen bakery range is there now. Most of the countries are using. What you need to do is, so then you don't need the bakery, you don't need the staff. What you need is just a industrial oven and uh, a person. So then you put the item on the oven and you give to the operation at the fresh. So then you can do some cost benefit analysis and see what is the cheapest way rather than uh, buying outside, whether it is worthwhile to prepare in house or maybe going outside. I think going outside is the easiest and the cost benefit for the organization. But you need to make sure the quality standard. Somebody need to make sure the HACCP standard, the ISO standard, health and safety standards, all quality parameters to be checked, because it goes your name. If you are buying from even a third party, it goes with your name. So then you need to make sure, like this McDonald's, KFC, Burger King, everybody, most of the uh, products buying from outside parties. Sometimes maybe the outside person is one supplier for all those three places, same item, but they will make it as a different product and selling it. So likewise. So then purchasing is a critical function when it comes to the operation. So now we know what is purchasing. We discussed a little bit. So then another note, take importance of purchasing. Importance of purchasing. Under that, note down a 1% in saving material cost. A 1% in saving material cost. In 1% in saving material cost is approximately equivalent. 1% in saving material cost is approximately equivalent to a 10% increase in turnover. To a 10% increase in turnover. Efficient purchasing will be able to achieve this. Efficient purchasing will be able to achieve this.
will be achieving in
Efficient purchasing will be able to achieve this. So that means 1% saving in material cost is equivalent to 10% increase in turnover. That means now earlier we discussed food cost. So if you can save 1% food cost, it is a huge saving. So then that means 10% increase your revenue. So in order, it is almost same. So we do one example, then you will get a better idea. So if you have efficient purchasing system, you can achieve this. So that is the second point what you asked. Efficient purchasing will be able to achieve this. If you have a proper purchasing, what we discuss, then they can achieve uh, saving in material cost 1% very easily. So after that, the same line you can note down. Purchasing can contribute. Purchasing can contribute to import substitutions. Purchasing can contribute to import substitutions and save foreign exchange. What does that mean now? Sometimes maybe if you are buying locally, just see how you can get a better product if you do some direct imports, and whether there is a saving, or sometime maybe you are already importing from a different country, but then you look at all other options, maybe checks for the suppliers, not rather than going ahead with the same supply. Now if you are now, sometimes there are food exhibitions there. Now recently there was Gulf Food Festival I also visited, so there are actually 395 countries participated. So then likewise, so then you can create a lot of contacts, and then you can see how uh, you can add value to your organization by implementing certain uh, different varieties, different products. So sometimes you are directly going ahead with the uh, farm if you want to buy certain thing, or with the manufacturer, directly with the manufacturer, no intermediate person. So then you can save some cost. So that is how you can add value to the business, and those are important areas in purchasing. So next line we will note down objectives of purchasing. Under that, note down the purchasing objective is understood. The purchasing objective is understood as buy materials. The purchasing objective is understood as buy materials of the right quality, of the right quality, in the right quantity, at the right time, at the right price, at the right price, and the right source. So now we will note down some details on the purchasing principles. So that is how you need to explain, and this is very important. Now earlier I mentioned when we are discussing purchasing principles, so there can be questions that you need to list down purchasing principles. Sometimes you may need to explain purchasing principles. So therefore, this is area very important. So first we will take right quality. Just note down right quality. Under that, note down the term right quality. The term right quality refers, refers, to a suitability. The term right quality refers to a suitability of an item For the purpose it is required. For the purpose it is required. For producing the best product, for producing the best product to food quality, for producing the best product to food quality, the best made of raw material, the best made of raw material may be the right quality, may be the right quality. Whereas producing item of medium quality, the average lowest grade, the average lowest grade may be the right quality. The quality of the item, the quality of the item is called as grades. The quality of the item is called as grades. It can be measured by physical tests. It can be measured by physical test. It can be measured by physical test, comma, chemical analysis, or by any other methods, or by any other methods, depending upon the nature of the product. Depending upon the nature of the product. Full stop and continue. The use of standard specification. The use of standard specification, comma, brand name or trade name. The use of standard specification, comma, brand name or trade name helps in purchasing, helps in purchasing the required qualities of materials, the required qualities of materials for creating goodwill, for creating goodwill, comma, right production, right production, comma, standardization, 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 comma, eliminate of waste, eliminate of waste, and better results, and better results. Right quality purchases are, right quality purchases are very essential in an organization. Full stop and continue. Quality of quality for different materials, quality for different materials is decided by the concerned departments. Quality for different materials is decided by the concerned departments. In case of workshop, in case of workshop equipment, case of workshop equipment, the decision is taken by the plant engineer. The decision is taken by the plant engineer. And for stationaries, it is the user department. However, the purchasing department may question, the purchasing department may question the requirement of the different department. The requirement of the different department. May question the requirement of the different department on the basis of and the suggestions. Full stop and continue. The inspection department, the inspection department must verify whether the goods supplied are in accordance with the order placed. So I think now you have taken down some notes on right quality. So now if there's a question for you to list down the purchasing principles and briefly describe three of the principles. So then you can select now right quality. So right quality, now you can understand from the note. So it is not the best quality. Sometime now if you are trying to do the best quality product, so sometime maybe then you are going with the best quality. Or sometime maybe you are not trying to do the best quality product because you can't sell it. So then you are going with some medium average cost. Or some of the items maybe you know that this is the best brand available in the market, so then we will be going ahead with this. But some hotels might be they can't afford that because it is very expensive, so then they will be going with another one. So then that is what they are looking for, that is up to their operational requirement, that is the quality for them. So we need to understand that the term right quality refers to a suitable of the item for the purpose it is required. So that means the right quality is the suitability of the item purchased for that given purpose. So different purposes have different qualities. So that is what we need to understand. So in addition to that, maybe as we earlier discussed, sometime maybe we can do certain laboratory tests, chemical analysis of the products and standard specification, brand names, all those things to be measured when we are discussing of the quality. By applying all these things, so then we can create goodwill, right production, and we can standardize even your recipes, you can menus, you can standardize everything. And at the same time, if you are following certain specifications, you can eliminate your waste, so you can do some waste analysis and see whether there is a saving. And even purchasing, you can involve with your sustainability team and do certain wastage analysis. Every hotel that you need to have separate bins in order to measure your wet garbage. So then kitchen wise, you can analyze your wastage sometime from buffet. What is the wastage? Your staff cafeteria, what is the wastage? In your production kitchen, what is the wastage? Why it is high? All those things are questionable. So then purchasing also one part, that if you get the right quality material, sometimes you can reduce your wastage as well. So then certain products like what we discuss, engineer need to approve, that is the quality that he is expecting. For stationaries, maybe respect to HOD. So likewise, so there are different purposes, and it covers with the first note that we have taken. The right quality is the suitable item for the given purpose. So I think with that, I think you get a better understanding what the quality means in purchasing. It is always not the better quality, it is the expected quality for the given purpose. So the next one we will note down, right quantity. So right quantity means material purchases, material purchase should be material purchase should be done always with the right quantity. Material purchase should be done always with the right quantity. Full stop and continue. The right quantity is the quantity. The right quantity is the quantity that may be purchased at a time, that may be purchased at a time with the minimum total cost, with the minimum total cost, and which abbreviate shortage of materials. Ensuring and maintain, ensuring and maintain, ensuring and maintain a regular flow of materials, a regular flow of materials, or carrying the production activities, or carrying the production activities is the vital aim, VITL, vital aim of any purchase organization. Full stop and continue. Excess purchases, excess purchases should be avoided. Excess purchases should be avoided. It result in overstocking and capital is unnecessarily blocked, and capital is unnecessarily blocked, and inventory carrying cost goes up. So I think now you got the idea of what does it means by the right quantity, because right quantity also very important for a purchasing department. And at the same time, they need to make sure that they purchase the right quantity with minimum total cost, keeping in mind, and they will not order anything more than required. At the same time, they will be make sure that there are no shortage of material, and continuous uh, continuous flow of supply in the materials, continuous production activities. So those are the vital aim of purchasing in order to uh, get the right quantity of the items required by the organization. And always excess quantities should be avoided, because it is just blocking the money, and it will inventory carrying cost goes up, and we are just tying up the company funds, we are tying up the capital. So that is why we need to have a method to evaluate the right quantity. Well, as we discussed, When it comes to the stock items, your respective storekeepers need to make sure that they are ordering according to the consumption pattern. So we will be anyway discussing how do we fix the right quantities and all those things under inventory management. So till that, you need to understand that we need to make sure that we order the right quantity. It is not that according to any other thing, only based on the consumption and the lead time. Because now if the supplier is a friend of yours, so you can't order anything more than what is required from him, but still we need to have a control mechanism. uh, Purchase order should be approved by finance or cost control, then they also responsible, then they can make sure that if it is more than the required quantity, so then they can question back. So that therefore now you understood the importance of the second purchasing principle, which is right quantity. So now we can note down the third one, right time. So under right time, you can note down the time at the purchase are being made. The time at the purchase are being made. The time at the purchase are being made is of vital importance. Is of vital importance. In case of items used regularly, in case of items used regularly, right time means right time means the time when the stock reaches the time when the stock reaches the minimum level. The minimum level. That session we will discuss separately. Once it comes to minimum level, how do we order, etc. But now we need to understand the right time means the time when the stock reached to the minimum level. Now in your stores, let's say you have a buck, whatever item, butter. So then butter, maybe your consumption is 50 blocks per month. So then the minimum stock is given as 15. So then when the butter stock reached to minimum level, that means the butter stock reached to 15. So then that's the right time that we need to order. So that is what it means. So then we have already noted down the time when the stock reaches to minimum level. Full stop and continue. The reorder level of material is fixed. The reorder level of material is fixed for each item under the principle of right time. Under the principle of right time. Action for the purchase of new supplies. Action for the purchase of new supplies should be immediately initiated. Should be immediately initiated. When the material reaches the reorder level, when the material reaches the minimum order, when the material reaches the reorder level, So that means action for purchase of new material should be immediately initiated when the material reaches the reorder level. In case materials are required for special jobs, in case the materials are required for special jobs, the purchase department ensure the purchase department ensure those materials are delivered on time. Those materials are delivered on time. Another important point to be considered is another important point to be considered is the delivery of the material to stores, the delivery of the material to stores and production department. Any delay in the supply of the materials, any delay in the supply of materials will delay the production schedules, will delay the production schedules. So I think now right time we have discussed in three angles. One is that we identify uh, the minimum level is the right time when we want to order any stock items. So in addition to that, if there are any specific jobs that we need to make sure that we deliver on time, I think we have discussed examples like Arabic promotion. If you need the whole mutton, so we need to deliver the mutton on that particular day. So likewise, if there are any other promotional specific events, so we need to make sure that we deliver the item according to the time that they require. So in addition to that, maybe stores, production, if there are any items, we need to make sure that we deliver according to the timelines agreed. Otherwise, unless what will happen, it will impact onto the production. There can be delays. So if it is in a hotel, maybe the customers also not satisfied because we have provided a menu, but finally the raw material is not there. So then guest might not be happy as well. So that is right time, and we will take a note on right source as well. The next one, right source. Under that, you can note down selecting the right source for the purchase of materials. Selecting the right source for the purchase of materials is an important consideration. Is an important consideration in the purchasing procedure. The right source for the procurement of materials. The right source for the procurement of materials. The right source for the procurement of material is that the right supplier who can supply the material is that the supplier who can supply the materials of right quality, of right quality as ordered, of right quality as ordered, in right quantity at the right time, in right quantity at the right time, at which the materials required, at which the materials required to be supplied at an agreed price, at an agreed price with the supplier who is positioned in owner for commitment, who is positioned in honor for commitment, 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 without much follow-ups, without much follow-ups, without much follow-ups, comma, who has necessary financial resources, who has necessary financial resources and adequate manpower to handle the order, to handle the order, and well established, who is well established with higher reputation, who is well established with higher reputation and proven business integrity, PROVEN, higher reputation and proven business integrity. The source of materials, the source of materials should be located, within a reasonable distance, within a reasonable distance from the buyer's organization. This will minimize the delivery delays. This will minimize the delivery delays, comma, higher transportation charges, higher transportation charges, and improve the personal contacts between the buyer and the supplier, and improve the personal contact between the buyer and the supplier, and enable better after sales service, and enable better after sales service. As far as possible, as far as possible, the middlemen and brokers, the middlemen and brokers should be avoided in the purchase of materials, should be avoided in the purchase of materials. A direct liaison, LIASON, a direct liaison should be established with the supplier. A direct liaison should be established with the supplier. Full stop. It would be helpful in improving. It will be helpful in improving the quality of the materials in future. The quality of the materials in future. While selecting the supplier, certain factors must be kept in mind. While selecting the supplier, certain factors must be kept in mind. within bracket, location of the supplier, comma, warehouse facilities available with the supplier, comma, relation of the employers with the labor, relation of the employers with the labor, comma, credit worthiness of the supplier, credit worthiness of the supplier, comma, size of the supplier firm, comma, quality control sources, etc. A personal visit to prospective supplier premises, a personal visit to prospective supplier premises will be helpful in assessing the capability of the supplier. So this is again one of the important area in the purchasing principle, because let's say that you are getting the right, better supplier, he deliver you timely, and the price, quality, all those things are okay. But sometimes maybe he is not the right supplier, because the main purpose is the right supplier, right, means that he need to make sure that he supply the right product. So then based on the specification that we have given, sometimes we have seen now, for example, let's say now we have process called blind tasting process. So then if we want to give a certain contract to the certain supplier, let's say now if we take lamb rack, so you want to purchase lamb rack, so then what you do is you call quotations with the samples from different suppliers. So let's say there are 5 suppliers are available to quote for lamb rack, so then they will be sending their quotes and the sample. So then you are giving a sample taste into the chef without any brand name, etc. So then the some let's say one supplier, he knows that you are doing this type of process, because of that he need to send the best quality sample, because based on that he will get the contract. So then finally let's say that everything has been tested, and this item has been selected as the best product, because he has sent the best quality product. Let's say item, there are sometimes grade A, grade B. So then all other suppliers may be importing grade B, but the supplier has sent a grade A, because of that he got the contract. But after that, what will happen? He will not send that item, because he will send the second item. So then he is not a reliable supplier. So how do we evaluate? I think we need to discuss on that as well. There's a separate area. How do we may have the contracts with blind test and all those things? So then always now we need to take even a picture. We need to do some quality testing, fat content, and the label, whether it is grade O, B, the card, all information need to be keep. If we send it the second quality, so then we need to communicate to the receiving team. They should not accept, and even we can blacklist those type of suppliers from contracting. So likewise, the right source is a very important way in purchasing, because it makes the organization reputation, and uh, even the supplier, we need to have a good relationship with the supplier, so then only we can maintain the integrity, reputation, all those things. In addition to that, when we are selecting the supplier, as we earlier discussed, we need to look at his financial capability, technical capability, all warehouse facilities, and the staff, etc. And in addition to that, maybe if you want to look at the transportation cost, so then if it is the distance and all those things should be discussed as well. So finally, because the right source means all those things are covered, the quality of the product. And as I earlier mentioned that about in our company, that we have done one visit to a supplier premises and we discontinued that supplier. Same way, you all can now, it is in the note I have given personal visit, but personal visit means not alone. So you need to go as a team. Now, if you are the purchase manager, maybe you can take your chef, health and safety officer, your financial controller, cost controller, as a team. Even if you have a central purchase manager, as a team, you can visit, you can do certain visit to supplier premises, then you can see by yourself. And especially health and safety team need to participate, so then they will look at from the health and safety angle as well. So likewise, I think there are important areas that we need to look at for the right source. I think now we have noted down. So now we will look at right price. Next one is right price. Note down the right price. Under that, determination of the right price is difficult task. As it is the main object of the organization to procure the material items at the right price. It is the price which brings, it is the price which brings the best ultimate value for money, the best ultimate value for money invested in purchasing materials. Deciding the right price of a product, deciding the right price of the product depend on various factors. Within bracket, quality, comma, delivery time, comma, lifetime of the material, comma, government restrictions, comma, after sales service, comma, discounts offered, and terms of purchase, etc. Close the bracket. It may be pointed out here, it may be pointed out here that the determination of proper price depends not only the market knowledge, depends not only the market knowledge, but also a clear understanding of the pricing process. The buyer should keep in touch, the buyer should keep in touch himself with the above mentioned factors in the process of determination the price. In the process of determination the price. He must consider, he must consider, he must consider that whether a proposed items to be purchased, a proposed items to be purchased represent the best value for money or not. He must consider that whether proposed items to be purchased represent the best value for money or not. This is known as value analysis. This is known as value analysis. The prevailing market prices also, the prevailing market prices also provide basis for provide basis for price determination. Prevailing market prices also provide basis for price determination. There should be negotiation between there should be negotiations between the purchase department and the supplier for the determination of proper price. For the determination of proper price. So now you can understand because the price is not easy. It is a difficult task for the purchasing function. And when they are deciding the price, they need to consider the other factors, the quality, delivery time, shelf life of the material, government restrictions, after sale, discount, terms of purchases, all those things. And in addition to that, the market price need to be compared also, and we need to make sure that we are giving the purchase value for that money also. So therefore, always communication link should be there between buyer and the supplier. And finally, we need to make sure that there will be a proper price has been fixed. Now, some of the hotels, the purchase managers, maybe they take quotations and they will be going ahead with the lowest quote. But sometimes, if you renegotiate, there will be better options also because now online negotiations are there. In systems are available. One system is Ariba, Birch Street, likewise. So there are online negotiation systems are there. Just now, let's say now you have three products at three different rates. So if you do online negotiation, then sometimes you will get the best out of it. We have been done that, and we have seen a lot of huge cost benefit by doing online negotiation. It is very transparency. The supply A can be seen the supply B price as well. So then maybe if he has the if he want to get the order, maybe he will be reduced further. So likewise, by finally the company will get the better the best price. So then right place, the last one we will note down right place. Under the right place, beside obtaining the material of the right quality, beside obtaining the material of the right quality and quantity from the right source at the right price, it should be ensured that the materials are available at the right place. Transportation and material handling cost. Transportation and material handling cost are greatly affected by the selection of the right place, by the selection of the right place from where the materials are to be acquired. ACQUIRED. Transportation and material handling costs are greatly affected by the selection of right place from where the materials are to be acquired. For minimizing this cost, for minimizing this cost, selection of right place, selection of right place for the acquisition of materials is utmost importance. UTMOST, utmost importance. So I think now you got the idea of the right place as well. So I think we have noted down almost 6 steps. So maybe sometime, most of the time, the questions will come for you to explain at least 5 to 6 steps. So then you can keep remember uh, this area. So I think that is very important note because always I have seen the questions from this area, purging principles. So then better you are familiar with this area and understand the purging principle concept. And based on the note and the discussions today, you will get some idea if the question says for you to elaborate or discuss the Persian principle. So then I think now you can answer and you can get the full marks if there's a question from this area. So we will look at, I think there is something called purchase cycle. I think we can look at that as well. Did we, I think I have discussed the receiving section. Were you there, Achala, on the receiving section? No, the receiving function.
Today or in
No, no,
previous.
not today. Previously.
Uh, Actually, I didn't follow up in previous lectures.
Okay, okay. So yeah, I think what you can do is I think you can listen to that because the receiving I didn't give a note, but a small note is there for receiving as well. Can we note down that as well? But if you have any questions, you can ask. So otherwise, based on the note, I will ask only you are there, so I will bit explain on that as well. First of all, we will I will show you that before we note down. One moment. So today, basically, we have discussed the purchasing function. So there, in simple, if we take now, there will be a purchase request. Based on that, the purchasing will raise a purchase order. So then purchase order will be follow up. So then the item will come to receiving. So every hotel, there is a receiving officer, receiving clerk, or a receiving manager to accept the item. Some hotels may be the storekeepers are accepting because there is no receiving function separately based on the size of the hotel and all those things. Whatever it is done or said, the receiving function is one of the critical area in an organization because now whatever ordered by the purchasing, it has to come to receiving for acceptance. Now, based on receiving seal, only payments can be done to the supplier. If there are invoices without seen by the receiving team, you should not do any payments without any receiving signature. That is the simple theory. Sometimes there are situations, let's say your chief engineer will come and tell if you are the receiving manager, I have got these items, can you make your seal? So how do we know that the items has come to the hotel or not? So then you need to physically see that item. If not, you can directly say, I did not see these items, therefore I will not place my signature or the seal. So it is very simple because that is the control point that we need to maintain at the receiving. You need to see the items. Based on that, you can place your seal and the signature. So then the payable, accounts payable person need to make sure that you are doing the payment based on the receiving seal only. So that important idea which we need to keep remember. So then in addition to that, there are certain procedures which we need to discuss when it comes to receiving, like objectives in purchasing. There are certain objectives in receiving as well, because whatever the items comes to hotel, we need to inspect all the deliveries just to make sure the quality, quantity, expiry date, all those things. If all the parameters are in line, then they can accept the items. If not, they can reject the items as well. Temperature is one of the critical area when it comes to receiving, especially for frozen meat products. At least minus 14, 15 range should be there in Sri Lanka, but otherwise it is minus 18 to 22 is the storing temperature. But sometime now, let's say there are ways that maybe the doors are frequently open for frequent deliveries, so therefore there will be slight temperature, can be variations, but still at least minus 14, 15 range should be there when you are accepting the item. So then all items should be accepted with approved purchase order only. So then as a receiving person, if there are any deliveries, first of all, you need to check whether there is a purchase order. If there is no purchase order, you cannot accept anything, because all items should be ordered based on a purchase order. That is one of the best practice that we need to follow. So then even though their purchase order is there, if it is not approved, still you can't accept the item. So therefore, always you need to check approved purchase order is there. So then if the purchase order there, then you can match your invoice with the purchase order, and you need to check the items physically whether they are supplied according to the specifications that we have given. If there are any damaged items, so then you should not accept all those things. If everything is okay, then you can do the GRN, and you can inform the accounts payable section to do the payment with the documents. So this is a sample of the receiving area. Always the receiving office should be here with a glass, so then receiving manager can see in the operation, and the purchasing office also should be nearby. If there are any uh, disputes, then receiving person can check with the purchasing. So then, in addition to that, if you are accepting any commercial invoices, that you need to check the supplier name, address. If it is a tax invoice, it should mention tax invoice, and description of the goods, the discounts, whatever the tax, applicable tax, all those things should be there in the invoice. So you need to check whether everything is there, and it should be tally with the purchase order. So then the unit price, invoice value, discounts, all those things should be checked with the PO and the invoice. So if all those things are okay, you can do the GRN. And in addition to that, the expiry date is one of the critical area. So then if you have a system that you can enter the expiry date while doing the GRN, so then from the system you will be able to generate expiry report, short expiry report, etc. That is one of the best practice that you can apply. If you don't have a system like that, then you need to maintain manual short expiry list. But however, manually or automate one, that should be there in order to avoid any spoilage or losses. So then if those parameters are not meeting, so then there should be a process that you should be able to reject the items as well. So how do you reject? You can't just reject the item. So then there should be a proper note. So we call it good return note. So there should be a good return note. Most of the hotels are not practicing this. This is something which you can check in your hotel and try to implement that. Because now if you are going to apply HACCP certificates and all those things, so they will question what is your rejection process. Do you have any document that the items that you have returned? So if you have done so, you should show the document. So then that is a acceptable method. Then the reason for rejection and who was approved. So likewise, you can implement those type of things as well. So in addition to that, there are certain supplier delivery conditions. For example, the temperature to be maintained for all frozen items, and fruit and vegetables should be supplied in a covered trucks or vans, and even the vehicle, the delivery vehicle should be kept clean, free from any waste material. The receiving person can always check the vehicles. If it is not according to the standards, then he has the authority to reject those items as well. So, in addition to that, there are certain items like chemicals you can't get with the food item. You can't store it together. Even the supplier can't bring that together. Or sometime maybe uh, some hotels maybe they are buying items in three wheelers. Then on that some people are sitting also. Sometime maybe it is uh, directly consumption item, can be lettuce, peeled onion, something like that. So then those type of things should not be allowed, and it should not be accepted as well. So then the crates, all crates has to be clean, egg crates, vegetable crates, meat crates, everything, and it should be proper color. So then the temperature for chilled products +2 to 8, frozen -14 to -18. So that's the range, accepted range for receiving of items. So then you need to establish certain timing also for the suppliers. Then you will be very easy for your operation. This is not a standard, but based on your operational methods and based on your models of the particular hotel, you can fix some time because it will be easy. Because now, for example, if all general and engineering suppliers are also coming in the evening, then all chemicals, everything will be there in the morning and it is mixed. But basically, we need to give priority for all your fruit, vegetable, and dairy products because that is ordered from the market list daily basis and it is required for the morning operation. So therefore, we give priority for those items. So then after that, other food items, then the beverage, fish, meat, grocery. Then afternoon, general and engineering. So by 4 o'clock, you can take all the items, and after that you can complete your documentation and make sure the receiving process is smooth. So I think that is what I think this one already we discussed. As we are not there, we I have just explained quickly on the receiving area, because receiving area also sometimes there can be questions from the receiving area. So therefore I will give us very small note on that as well. So there are certain things that you need to keep remember when it comes to hotel receiving area. But in addition to the exam, if there are ways that you can improve your receiving function, I think that also we can do. And if there are any areas that you need to discuss with me, I'm available, so you can contact me as well. So take a small note on receiving function. Under that, note down aims of receiving, AIM, aims of receiving. Under that, you can note down on point forms. The quantity of goods delivered, the quantity of goods delivered, match the quantity which has been ordered. The quantity of good delivers match the quantity which has been delivered, which has been ordered. That means if you order some item, 100 kilos of papaya or carrot, you should receive 100 kilos of papaya or carrot. Second point, the quality of goods delivered, the quality of goods delivered in accordance with the specification, the quality of goods delivered in accordance with the specification stated in the purchase order. Next point, the prices state in the delivery note or invoice are in accordance with the prices in the purchase order. Next point, when the quantity or quality, or both of the food not in accordance with the purchase order of an item, sorry, just check again. When the quantity or quality or both of the food not in accordance with the purchase order, or an item is omitted, from the order. A request for a credit note is raised by the receiving clerk. The last point, an accurate record is made. An accurate record is made in the good received book. Recording the details of delivery. So I think these are the basic steps. Now, if you want to introduce receiving function, if there's question. So basic idea of receiving, first of all, we need to make sure the quantity of the items we order match with the purchase order. So then we need to check the quality parameters, temperatures, specifications. As you are not there, I will show you the specification sheet which we shared that day. So specification is very important when we are determining the price and for the receiving staff, because everybody need to understand what are the standard specification. Based on that, we need to accept the items also. So then the prices, discount, whatever the taxes, all those things has to be tally, invoice and the purchase order, because these are operational problems in some of the hotels. If we implement these things, we will not face any challenges. So then smooth operation can be done. So then if the quality or quantity both are one of that, or if there are any uh, concerns or errors in both, maybe the quality also not good, the quantity also not right. So then you can raise that good adjustment or the good return note and ask for a credit note, and you can still follow the GRN process and issue process, but then your invoice is not matched because with the purchase order, because invoice is understated. Because of that, you need to ask for a credit note. So then you can set out. So then if everything is in order, you can do the GRN, and the note I have given is the last one. Accurate record is made in good received book. So that is a manual process. But nowadays in the system, you can update your GRN. So then you can take a printout GRN summary. So that is what the same thing that in the system you will maintain a GRN register, which you don't need to even print. You can run a report and convert into PDF and you can save it. So manual document should be avoided. So that is the basic idea of receiving. So now we will note down essential requirements in receiving department. Essential requirements in receiving department. Essential requirements in receiving department. Under that, first one, confident receiving officer. Confident receiving officer. Second one, adequate facilities of equipment for receiving. Adequate facilities of equipment for receiving. Third one, charts showing specifications. Charts showing specifications for guidance in receiving. Fourth one, proper receiving routine. ROUTINE. Proper receiving routine. Fifth one, periodic checks on receiving methods. Periodic checks and on receiving methods and procedures. So essential requirement in receiving department. So you have noted down 5 points. Confident receiving officer. If you don't have a confident receiving officer, and actually same as purchasing, he also should be a person following the company rules and regulation and ethics. Otherwise, what will happen? So there can be a lot of malpractices can happen. I think, let's say now you have ordered 150 kilo of pineapple for your staff cafeteria. So supplier will bring you 125 kilos of pineapple and the invoice for 150. So supplier is very friendly with the receiving person. So therefore receiving person accept 125, but he will do the GRN for 150. So then you are sending staff cafeteria 125 kilos instead of 150. Most of the hotels, after accepting receiving, nobody checks the quantity again. So it is additional control process that if you can follow up for direct ordering at the kitchen level, they also need to check the quantity. So then you have additional control which will not happen. In addition to that, there should be a CCTV camera focusing the receiving scale. Then the cost controller also do certain spot checks. Then now in that case, cost controller can take the invoice, just view the CCTV footage and he can see according to the bill 150, but only 125 physically there. So likewise, we need to have a confident receiving officer unless we are keeping some room for any other fraudulent activities to be carried out in your hotel. I think there are various uh, incidents happen in most of the hotels, which I have previously explained also. So therefore, we should not keep any room. So we need to make sure that 100% controls are in place in order to make sure the right items are delivered, right cost is maintained, and right inventories are maintained. So likewise, so in order to do that, we need to have a confident receiving officer, and we need to give him the necessary facilities, equipment, that there should be a proper scale, maybe a uh, industrial one which should weigh some big amounts, etc., and it should be calibrated yearly basis, and sometimes maybe the thermometer to check the temperature, required staff to carry out the function. Likewise, so there are sometimes maybe jackets required if you want to go to the vehicle and check the temperature, necessary jackets and cleaning equipment, all those things the we need to provide him. And the specification which I show you after this, so those things should be displayed in the receiving, so then everybody is aware. So then proper receiving routing, as I mentioned, there should be a routing, what items that we are accepting early morning, what items in the afternoon, something like that. So then periodic checks on receiving methods and procedures. As a receiving manager, you can do this. As a cost controller, as a financial controller, you can do periodic checks on receiving methods and procedures, because then you can develop certain SOPs and procedures, and finally you need to make sure that it is happening also. So then those are the essentials in receiving function. So then I show you one diagram where the receiving should be located. So in the hotel, actually, we need to give some important, we need to consider this as well. Some of the bigger hotel chain, they will not consider this area. Finally, they are facing a lot of operational issues. So in order to avoid that, we need to make sure that we give a proper location for the receiving department. So just take a subheading, location of receiving department. Under that, note down the first one. The receiving department should be located. The receiving department should be located in such a position receiving department should be located in such a position that goods may be quickly unloaded. That goods may be quickly unloaded, comma, checked and inspected. Checked and inspected. Received, checked and inspected, received, and then easily distributed, to various stores, sellers, kitchens, and other departments. Second point, the areas provided to the receiving department, the area provided to the receiving department should be large enough to handle the large quantity of goods and it should be easily cleanable and washable. Third one, it should also be very well lit. It should also be very well lit, LIT. And as far as possible, it must have natural light. It must have natural light coming during the daytime. Fourth one, this department should have weighing scales. This department should have weighing scales to weigh all kind of goods. The last one on that, the ramp RMP, the ramp should be made. The ramp should be made so that the goods can be carried. The ramp should be made so that the goods can be carried through trolleys. And if the stores is in different floor level, and if the stores is in different floor level, then the goods lift slash elevator, then the goods lift slash elevator should be available nearby to carry the goods. So now I think we have noted down 5 points there. So some hotels, even big hotels, facing issues because they have not planned properly the receiving location. So then it should be ideally in the ground floor because then the vehicles can come, park, necessary, the sufficient space should be there, and there should be a ramp just for them to take the goods with trolleys, etc. So then sometimes maybe the stores in a different flow. So then the receiving area should be next nearby the elevator. Then it will be easy for them to carry goods. But ideally, stores also somewhere in the ground floor, which we need to plan. But that is why I mentioned some of the hotels they have not think of this area. Because of that, they are facing operational issues. Ideally, as I mentioned in the diagram, the receiving, purchasing, even the cost control should be nearby. So then they can sort out if there are any concerns. So that is how this should be fixed. I think yeah, that is the location. So then I think earlier we discussed in the first point. So there should be adequate facilities and equipment for receiving. So we will note down that as well. Subheading equipments available at receiving bay. Equipments available at receiving bay. So what sort of equipments are there? The small pans are provided. Small pans are provided where the frozen items, where the frozen items like meat, chicken can be dipped by filling them with water and after bringing it to the room temperature, the weight of the frozen item is taken. Sometimes suppliers inject water in the wings slash breast of chicken and freeze them. So I think most of the hotels you don't have provided small pans just for them to check something like that. So if not, at least somebody need to check because these are real problems in some of the hotels. If I can show you one example. If I have that one moment, I will check it. And sometimes maybe there should be specification not followed up. Even if you are buying chicken, there should be a specification given because there are some small birds, large birds. So what is the best size which we need to provide to the supplier and receiving should know that. Give me 1 minute. I'll check it. I have a picture whether I can, if it is there, I can show you. Yeah, I think same as chicken. Uh, So as I think, I hope you can see the picture. Now you can see we were discussing provide small pans and even a small scale for receiving, just to make sure, because now sometimes actually we have detected pineapple. Even suppliers are injecting pineapple water into pineapple, because if you are buying pineapple in kilos, so then with the water content, that uh, the weight will be high. Same with chicken, cuttlefish, prawns, etc. Now this is one sample, actually practical situation. Now you can see, now this is frozen cuttlefish. So then if you weigh, it is 1 kilo 22 grams. So then we have to pay for 1 kilo 22 grams, because it is the weight, and maybe supply also has given the invoice for 1 kilo. So then if you have given some equipments, the pans and all those things to the receiving, so they can take a sample and they can just remove the water content and weigh it. Now you can see here, after removing the water content, 606 grams. So that means we are losing almost more than 400 grams in this case for water. So that means sometimes they have insert water here. So then after that they are doing freezing. So if you really got the item, so there is a small box, small block of ice inside this cuttlefish. So that is how suppliers are playing around. So this is something that you all can check even in your organizations. Now this is the yield. Now you are taken 1022 grams, but finally only 606. So that means uh, we are paying 1475. The ice, for the ice we are paying 600 rupees. So if it is now in this hotel, this month consumption, now it is a small uh, place 83, but 50,000 rupees you are losing. So then what we need to do is we need to discuss with the supplier and get a credit note. And even sometimes if you have alternative suppliers to supply you, so then you can get a credit note and even so likewise, even the chicken also, if you have sorry, I think there was a small connection issue. I hope you are clear with the cuttlefish sample which I show. Have you seen it, Achala? You understood that the cuttlefish, how the suppliers are manipulating?
Yes, sir, I understood.
Okay. So then in addition to that, in the receiving that again, some of the hotels, when we are, especially when we are taking fish and meat items, so we need to tag it. So we call it a meat tag. So if you raise a meat tag, so then it will be easy for your inventories and even when you are issuing as well. So that is also something which you can look at in your hotel and try to implement as well. So that we call meat tag, and sometimes it is also questionable area. So therefore take a small note on that. What is a tag? What is a tag? We call it meat tag. So what is a tag? And under that, note down, the tag is made of hard paper. The tag is made of hard paper and has got identical part which is attached by the string, which is attached by the string or wire to the food item. So after that, subheading procedure of tagging. procedure of tagging. Under that, note down the first one. On receiving the item, on receiving the item, they are checked against the purchase specifications. On receiving the item, they are checked against the purchase specification as to be accept or not. As to be accept or not. Point number two, if suitable, a tag, if suitable, a tag is made out for each item received. With the main information, with the main information being taken from the invoice. Third one, the weight recorded on the tag, the weight recorded on the tag is obtained by actually weighing each item, actually weighing each item individually. Fourth one, when the item issued at later date to the kitchen, when the item issued at later date to the kitchen, when the item issued at later date to the kitchen for use it, for use, it can be issued from the tag weight, it can be issued from the tag weight and the tag to the item, and the tag to the item is removed and sent to controls with the date of issue for audit purposes. I'm not sure whether you were there. I have explained now. Some time back, there was an incident in one of the Colombo hotel, famous hotel. So they don't have a proper receiving process. They don't have a proper inventory counting process and no tagging process. So what happened was actually this chicken, uh, the supplier is delivering maybe every other day 500 kilo chicken, something like that quantity. So every day 100 kilos supply is taken back with the empty crates. So that means sometime maybe with the help of receiving and security people. And that 100 kilo will be given to a nearby small shop and they got money. So maybe it will be shared with the staff as well. So how it is detected was the people complained to the chicken supplier saying that this shop is selling chicken even below the mark price, very cheap price, because he also got at a lesser rate and he is also selling, he want to make it cash quickly. So then the supplier check and he is not supplying to that particular shop, but he is supplying to the nearby five-star hotel. So then he complained to the manager of the five-star hotel. So that is how this detection start. Finally, four people lost the job, storekeepers and receiving as well. So they detect the problem. So therefore, this is very important. Now, if you are getting chicken, fish, whatever the things, always try to check the actual weight and do a meat tag. So then it is easy for inventory accounting, inventory issuing, everything. Your cost control can reconcile the inventory. All those things are very simple. So therefore, just check whether how you can implement, and this is one of the best control tool available to manage the inventory. So at the moment, most of the hotels are doing that, and we need to see how we could improve this. Even we right now we are also following the same thing, but there are ways that even you can handle in different ways with using the technology. So those type of things also acceptable. But now you can see the importance of having a meat tag. So that is one of the important document at the receiving and stores. So always you need to, in addition to that, now sometimes let's say now you are getting not for the direct fish meat items, you are taking, you are accepting, let's say mutton boneless from this imported item in boxes. So then the suppliers actually they will mention the weight in the box. So let's say now most of the time one mutton boneless leg will be somewhere around 2 to 3 kg. So it comes as a block. So in one box there are 4 blocks. So then approximately 10 to 12 kg one box. So then the suppliers what they do is they will mention the weight on each mutton leg, and in addition to that in the box they will be mentioning 4 legs are there and the total weight is 12. So most of the receiving people what they do is, let's say now you have ordered 60 kilo of boneless mutton, so then you got 5 boxes. So then you check the weight of the box and add everything together, and let's say you match the invoice with the box weight, so then it is tallying. So if it is tallying, what you do is you put your receiving seal and send the items to stores. So when the item goes to stores, the storekeeper opened the boxes. Then he suddenly saw that instead of 4 mutton blocks, only 2 mutton blocks are there in 2 boxes. So that means almost 8 kilo is missing. So therefore, as we are learning receiving function as a receiving manager or receiving person, you should open all the boxes and see whether the actual weight is there. So that is very important because it can happen even eggs. So eggs sometimes you all are not counting. We need to count eggs because these are the items that some suppliers are trying to play around. So in addition to the tagging note which I mentioned, because those are practical things can happen. Finally, what will happen? So it will lead now. Even let's say from the storekeeper also, he didn't open the boxes and he accepted. So then he issued to the kitchen. Then chef might detect. So then everybody in trouble. Who otherwise chef also did not detect and they are used. So then finally what will happen? So you are absorbing additional cost to your food cost, which somebody has taken the item. That means the delivery people taken the item and maybe they have taken their own consumption or they have been sold it. So likewise, so we need to make sure that we always check the actual weight of the product in the receiving. So then the last note on this area, purpose of tagging. Just take a subheading, purpose of tagging. Under that note down, it aids AIDS, it aids the control of expensive foods. It aids the control of expensive foods. Second point, it requires the receiving clerk to weigh and record each item and to check against the specific purchase specification. It requires the receiving clerk to weigh and record each item and to check against the specific purchase specification. The last one, it prevents dispute over weight. It prevents dispute over the weight when the item is issued to the kitchen. So I think now you got the understanding of what do we mean by a meat tag. So then procedure of doing it and why we are doing also purpose of tagging, and even it will be easy for the month end physical counts, because now we have seen some of the hotels very large pool rooms and they are not maintaining correct inventory levels. Finally end of the month there's a huge inventory but there is no tags. Then what you need to do is we have to take everything out and you need to weigh everything. So if we have this process, even somebody can go inside the freezer, take the tag weight and do the counting. So that is acceptable even for internal auditors. So they have accepted. So I hope you understood that. So we were discuss the second point of purpose of tagging. Check again the specific purchase specification. So then if you are in a hotel, you need to make sure that you are given certain specification, and receiving officers, receiving staff are fully aware what are your purchasing specifications. So I will show you one sample which we have prepared. So similarly, you can maybe check with your executive chef and prepare certain specification. And for exam purposes, you need to have an understanding what do you mean by specification, then what are the benefit of having specification. So those type of questions can come arise. So now I hope you can see the screen. You can see a picture of apples. So when it comes to apples, there are Chinese apple, USA apple, everything. And recently, actually, there was an incident. Now, you know, in the market, USA apple is expensive, Chinese apple is cheap. So then one of the hotel, the chef, he has ordered USA apple. Let's say USA apple 1 kilo is 2000 rupees. So then he has raised the purchase order for 2000 rupees to get the USA apple. But supplier has supplied Chinese apple. So Chinese apple, the rate, let's say 1200. So 8 rupees, 800 rupees gap. So then the receiving person doesn't know the difference of Chinese and USA. He has accepted the item. So then it goes to the kitchen. Maybe chef also can't remember. So he's using the item. But finally, the hotel cost controller noted that they are not purchasing Chinese apple. But item is there in the kitchen. So when he cross check, he noted purchase order has been raised for imported the USA apple, but the supplier delivered Chinese apple. So then we call the supplier and inform him, and for the total quantity we got a credit note. So therefore we need to make sure on that angle also when we are doing receiving, we need to be very careful we are getting the right item. Same thing can happen for potato. Nowadays local potato in Sri Lanka somewhere around 350 rupees per kg, but at the same time you have imported potato 150 rupees per kg, so 200 rupees gap. So in a hotel large volume of potatoes are being ordered. So then the receiving person should know what is imported potato, what is local potato, how do you check the quality. Even your chef should know. So then from that, you need to, I mean, if you actually okay to order imported, if your chef want imported, then you can have a separate material code and import buy imported potato if the quality is okay. But if you order local, you need to get local. So likewise. So now here, just to show one sample how we fix specification. Now you can see when it comes to apple, there are different sizes. So one box can be 138, another box can be 163, another box may be 100. So it depends, the numbers per kg will vary. Based on that there will be a price. So for the hotels, maybe you can take samples and decide what is the best size required for your operation. Maybe your chef can decide. So now in this hotel, maybe we have selected 138 box is the best size because it is good appearance, presentable, even you can utilize for fruit basket, etc. So that is the specification we have given. Fresh by the box, 138 box size. So that means when the item is received into the receiving department, the receiving person should check whether this is a 138 box or 163. If it is 163, apple will be small. So at the same time, 6 to 8 numbers per kg should be there. Mature but not overripe, and it should be clean, free from decay, broken skin and bruises, green in color. Everything should be checked. So if the receiving person knows this, he can check it while he accepting. So the first one is, you can see it is green apple Chinese and Indian one code. Then the red apple another code, same specification. So USA apple, now you can see here there is a difference of, now both are red apple. So now this one is USA. It is the color, from the color you can identify. Sometimes it is come in round also, the Chinese one, not the USA one. But now you can see now this one is a different color. So likewise, you should be able to understand. So that is how you will fix the specification. Now, if you want to, let's say you want to fix specification for banana. So then banana, different sizes are available. So what is the best size for you in your hotel? Now here it is mentioned 6 to 7 numbers per kg. So when you are accepting at the receiving, so check samples. 6 to 7 numbers are there in banana. Same with red banana, 6 to 7 numbers. Then sour banana, 13 to 15 numbers. Colicut to maybe, actually it is also the number should be given. It is not mentioned here, but the number should be always given. So then in addition to that, all fruits, vegetable should, there should be a proper specification. So something like that you all can prepare. So now let's see, now if you take pineapple. So pineapple, now here fresh 1.5 to 2 kg numbers. Now, sometimes if the supplier brings very small pineapple, so you will not get a better yield. So you will be losing. So therefore, at least 1.5 kg number should be there. In addition to that, this is stem. Now here also, I think it is too much. So you can give when you are preparing specification 1 inch. The stem should be not more than 1 inch. What happened now? Sometimes suppliers will bring this maybe with 3 inches. So then, if it is 100 numbers, maybe you are spending a considerable amount for the stem also. That means supply is getting benefit, you are losing. So therefore, specification play a bigger role there as well. Whatever the avocado, rambutan, uh, pomegranate, all those things, numbers per kg should be mentioned. So we were talk about now this is baby carrot. So we go. Again, now broccoli. Just see, now here it is too much. Maybe 1 inch is fine. So when you are fixing, you can give those type of things as well. Then the carrot. So then carrot also, different sizes are there in the market. Now it is here fresh by the bag, 10 to 14 numbers per kg. So at least 10 to 14 numbers. So that gives the best deal. So then you need to check with your chef, and sometime maybe you need to do a yield test and see what is the best yield size. So this is how we need to select the specification. So if the receiving person knows, so then he should check whether when he is getting carrot, whether it is 10 to 14 numbers, or maybe some carrots are there 20 numbers per kg, very small carrots. So then what will happen? Supply is sending you a different product at a lesser rate, but we have to pay higher rate. So therefore, always we need to cross check whether we have to pay the right price for the right product. So what we learned today from the purchase. So therefore, receiving also need to play a critical role when they are accepting the right product. So then when we look at, let's say, this one, leaks. So we have taken one example for leaks. If it is in the market 200 rupees, if we fix proper specification, we should pay a premium price to the supplier also. Now, market, we can't buy this type of leak. So now here it is clean, it is properly clean here also. So therefore, we need, there will be a little wastage here which we need to consider. So then 6 to 8 numbers per kg, trim root, something like that. So always try to fix some specification for each and every product, then receiving can check. I think those are the example which I want to show you. So this is something which we have done, but there is an official document on this, which we have communicated to the supplier. So because through a suppliers meeting, so then they are very well aware what sort of products that they need to supply to the hotel. So I hope you got the point. So today, basically, we have discussed one of the important function for hospitality industry, purchasing. And in addition to that, there is another uh, session on purchasing, uh, total purchasing cycle, which we will do next week. So basically, today we have discussed the purchasing principles, importance of the purchasing principles, and it is a questionable area, therefore, which I have given a small note. Just refer to that. In addition to that, we understood what is meet tag and what is the benefit of having meet tag. So then the receiving function, what is receiving and what are the things to be checked by the receiving people, and the importance of having receiving function and the benefit of that. And I have given a small note on that as well. So I think that's what we have planned today. So if there are any questions, you can ask. Achala, so next week I think we can do purchasing cycle, and I will try to start some MCQ type of questions also from next week onwards. So because uh, still the mock exam dates has been not given, but very soon it will be announced. So before that, we need to be get ready. So from next week onwards, I will try to uh, get some MCQs and we start with that. So then you can practice. It will be easy for you to get the maximum marks, even the mock exam. If you can get more than 75 in the mock exam, definitely you will be able to get more than 75 in the final exam as well. So I will also make sure that we discuss each and every point and we refresh our knowledge from the previous subject, what we have discussed so far. Then everybody is getting ready for the mock exam. So those who have not joined to the class and who is referring to the recording, just uh, make sure that whatever the questions that I am providing in the class, you are doing it, and because I am even after that I am giving the answers also. So then you can even mark from yourself and just see whether now, for example, in a paper you have 15 MCQs. So if you are doing 15 MCQs, at least you should be able to get 26 marks for each MCQ, 2 marks. So at least from 15, you need to make sure 13 is accurate. So if that's the case, then after that we can go to the other section. So if you can achieve 26 marks, so that means we are okay to have the mock exam and the final exam, and you will be getting a good result. That means a pass, you can get more than 75. You can get even in the final exam. So that is how we need to target, at which we have done even previous batches. Everybody has shown good results. So I expect same thing from this batch also, even though you are not participating the session online, but I always telling that refer the note that I am giving, and try to participate whatever the questions and activities what we are discussing. If you are not participating, just listen to that. So then it will be very easy for you to get the maximum marks. So any questions, Achila? You are there, Achila? You are mute.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay. So I hope you are clear with today purchasing section. You are doing accounts payable, no?
Yes, I'm doing accounts payable and
Okay.
general cash.
Okay, so now I think you got the idea. As if you are doing payables, so you should not do any payments if proper receiving signatures, proper receiving seals are not there. How you practice? Do you have a receiving seal in your hotel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so basically now, if just check now, some hotels maybe they are having different seals. Now, if you can prepare one seal, there should be four quadrants. So one for the receiving person, and one for the security, one for the quality, and the other one for maybe the cost control or finance, something like that. So then you
Yeah.
need to make sure all four. Is that the way you all are doing?
We are using three seal, security seal, receiving seal, and cost controller seal.
So then you can implement one seal also, isn't it better? Anyway, that's up to the hotel. But if it is one seal for signatures, also fine. Otherwise, you have to place seal everywhere. No.
Yes, sir.
what what I can do is I will send you a copy of the seal. Then you can do a comparison. Now, which hotel you are working?
Anantara Tango Resort, sir.
Okay, yeah. Anantara Tango, you are involved with Kalutara Anantara also? No, no.
No, 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 sir.
Okay. Kalutara Anantara, I think the manager went from cinema, no? Husni? You
Uh,
know them? No, no.
no, sir. No, I know.
Okay. And the FMB manager, I think his name is Dinusha. So
Uh,
he's
Kalu,
actually, sorry,
Kalutara Resort.
you have
Oh,
no connection. Yeah, Kalutara.
uh, I
No,
have no.
why I am telling is actually the FMB manager. He was R&B manager at Moonpik Hotel Colombo. So
Uh-huh.
he's from FMB background. So he did CHFMA uh,
Uh,
some time back. Even though he is in FMB, he is still having contacts with me. So then actually what he did is he developed certain things like this FMB related things, costing. Now we are discussing menu engineering. So he developed all those things. And finally, he came to Cinnamon as assistant FMB manager. So now he got a promotion in Anantara Kalutara as a FMB manager. So that is the now very, I mean, short period within 1 or 2 years time. So from RMB to he became FMB manager. So that is how he achieved. So now you are doing accounts payable and general cashiering. So there are certain things you also can implement. So then you can go to your next level. What is your next level? What you are planning?
uh, I hope in account executive or
Okay.
accountant.
You have a position there in Tango?
Yes, there. Account
Okay.
executive and accountant there.
Okay. You are from that area?
Sorry?
You are from that area or how? You are from Tangol?
Yes, sir. In
Okay. In?
2 years, sir.
No, I mean your hometown also from the same
Uh,
area.
town is Tangor.
Okay. Now, why I ask is because now we have a vacancy Cinnamon Wild Dollar for accountant, and we have a vacancy for a chief accountant Hikatrans, and I
Uh,
think we have some assistant accountant vacancies as well.
yes.
So accommodation and all those things will be given. But if you are nearby, you can go home as well. But if you are really interested, you can send me a CV. I can check on that.
Okay, sir. I will send to you.
Yeah, just see how we can. I mean, how you can develop. But I am not telling you to come to Cinnamon. But if you can develop your career within Anantara group, so that is also fine. But now after at least when you are learning this module at least, so then you should go to your next level. Sometime it can be same hotel, same location, or sometimes it can be same hotel group. But if you want to stay with Anantara, then I think Anantara there are a lot of properties are there. So then even in a different property. Now actually one of my assistant, he went to Shangri-La as the cost controller, Colombo Shangri-La. So now last week actually he went to Australia, Shangri-La as the cost controller. So that is how based on the actually no nothing to do new. So the things what we are discussing, CHFMA, what we are practicing, you need to implement. So then it will be a value addition to that organization. Then definitely you will get a career enhancement. So then if you are working 2 years, the same position, now it's time for you to think of your next level.
Uh, yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. If you are interested, just send me. I will check on that.
Yes, sure, sir.
Okay, then, so if you have any questions, you can send me a note and I will send a seal. What you can do is, now you can do a presentation. First, what you can do is take an invoice with three seals. Now, if you place three seals, sometime maybe some of the figures you cannot see also everywhere seal. So then the
Yes.
present process and the proposed process, you apply the seal what I am going to send you. So then talk to your accountant. So if he is agree, you can implement.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So then we'll see you next Sunday 8:30.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, okay, thanks. Bye.